Morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Wherever you're at in the world, welcome to Last Raps Baseball's live commentary of the Nippon Professional Baseball League. Tonight, we are going to be bringing you the third and final game of the series between the Hokkaido Nippon-Ham Fighters and the Orix Buffaloes from the Kyocera Dome in Osaka. Last night, it was a beatdown. The Fighters distributed 12 runs or put 12 runs onto the Buffaloes. 12-4 was the final. I was coming off a Buffalo victory on Friday night, so this is the rubber game of the three-game set. It'll be Ryuhei Sotani going for the Buffaloes against Kohei Arihara today, so we would expect a little bit different vibe and probably a decent pitching matchup. Our friend Tim is in the house. He's going to listen to the starting lineups, and then we'll get into the chat with him in just a few. Early start tonight, so hopefully we get an early crowd. We can get to bed a little bit earlier here in North America. So leading off tonight for the visitors, and that would be the Fighters. It is going to be Chusei Minami leading off. He's playing in right field. Batting second is the shortstop, number 43, Tatsuki Mizuno. Hitting third and doing the designated hitting is number 99, Franmil Reyes. The cleanup spot at first base is number 5, Yuki Nomura. Batting fifth in left field is number 3, Yuya Gunji. Batting in the sixth spot and at third base is number 39, Naoki Arizono. Hitting seventh in center field is number 6, Rodolfo Castro. Batting eighth at second base is number 58, Taiki Narama. Batting ninth, the catcher, number 33, Yuya Shinto. And who are they going to face? It is going to be Ryuhei Sotani, who takes to the hill with a 4-4 record. He's worked 54 and 2/3 innings. He's allowed 50 hits. 24 runs, 21 have been earned, walking 7 and striking out 52. Pitching to an ERA of 3.46. Now your starting lineup for the home team, the Orix Buffaloes, leading off tonight and playing third base is number 6, Yuma Mune. Batting second in left field tonight is number 0, Ryo Watanabe. Batting third is the DH, wearing number 7, that's Ryoma Nishikawa. In the cleanup spot and playing second base is number 1, Ryo Oda. Batting fifth and playing shortstop is number 24, Kentaro Kobayashi. Batting on the sixth spot in right field is number 38, Ryoto Kita. Batting seventh at first base is number 50, Ryoma Yamanaka. Batting eighth in center field is number 8, and that's Yusuke Mugatani. Batting ninth doing the catching tonight is number 37, Ryo Ishikawa. And they're going to be facing Kohei Arihara, who's coming off a spectacular performance where he earned a 1-0 shutout against the Eagles last weekend. Kohei Arihara, 4-6 on the year. He's starting to pitch better as of late. He's worked 64 in the third innings. He's allowed 65 hits, 36 runs, 30 have been earned, walking 16 and striking out 50, while pitching to a 4.20 ERA. Well, those are your starting lineups. We'll be back in just a few with all the action right after this musical timeout. Glad you guys could be here with us on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. It is the Buffaloes and the Fighters, and we'll be back in just a few with all the action right after this timeout.
Hello, this is Eric Fox, formerly of the Oakland A's and Texas Rangers baseball teams. If you want to learn about Japanese baseball, see Coach Fred of Last Raps Baseball. If you want baseball instruction, see Coach Fred. If you want to learn about golf, do not go to Coach Fred. Fred, what kind of club is this?
At Last Raps Baseball, we know baseball.
That's right, everybody. We know baseball, and Chusei Minami does his part as the first pitch has been delivered by a fan of the Buffaloes, a youngster, as the mascot works the umpire, and of course, Ishikawa, the catcher, is receiving the ball. Sotani is ready to take to the hill, and we're about ready to get this one underway in just a couple of moments as he's got to get his tune-up tosses going. We'll be right back after this. Glad you guys can make it in tonight on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. Stick around, everybody. Here's our friend Steve, and he'll keep us entertained throughout tonight where he possibly can. Be right back in just a couple moments.
This is Steve Rademacher, and I'd like to introduce you to my channel if you haven't seen it before. These are all the things I enjoy: sports, autographs, relics, non-sports Hall of Famers, pseudo-sports, Star Wars. That's my channel name and my name, and I would really appreciate it if you would come check me out and maybe even subscribe if you like it. Thank you for that for now, and back to your ball game.
Welcome back, everybody. Chusei Minami. Then it'll be Tatsuki Mizuno and Franmil Reyes, the 1-2-3 hitters in the batting order for the Fighters, as they will get things underway here to face Sotani, the lefty for the Buffaloes. 25-year-old has had a solid season this year. He has not had a lot of support at times, but he is. And even 4-4 on the season. Basically, their number one guy with Hiroya Miyagi going out for the year with Tommy John surgery. Sotani has picked up the slack and has given them more than they probably anticipated, and will probably serve them well and pay dividends down the trail. Our friend Tim, who is in the stream, I'm not sure if he's still in here with us, but I know Tim was chatting. We were chatting earlier today. We were talking about the Pacific League and the Central League, specifically the Central League and the standings over there. The Hiroshima Cart find themselves in last place in the Central, and they are at the bottom looking up. The Swallows and the Dragons are in now it looks like a battle for fourth spot. Dragons are 4.5 back of the Swallows. Swallows and Bay Stars 9.5 back of the Tigers. There was a first pitch fastball delivered to Chusei Minami, and we are underway. It's a swung on a foul ball for strike one. Tigers and Giants look like they have playoff positions locked up. It's the Bay Stars and the Swallows 9.5 games back of the leader. And then the Dragons are marching along. They find themselves 4 back of the playoff spot now. Sotani ready to deliver again. He checks the runner. Now he kicks and delivers. It's a fastball swung on and grounded past the third base coach's box. It snowballs and 2 strikes to Minami. Pacific League, it's a little bit more clear, I would say, as the Hawks are in first place. The Lions and the Fighters are tied for second, 7.5 games back of the Hawks. The Buffaloes are 6 games out behind the tie that features the Lions and the Fighters. So the Buffaloes have some work to do if they want to catch up and try and get back into the race. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Sotani kicks and delivers. There's a fastball swung on. It is on the fists. Softly hit to the left side of the infield. Yuma Mune skips in and makes the catch. And Minami is going to be gone for the first out of the inning. So 1 up and 1 away. That's going to bring up the shortstop in Tatsuki Mizuno. Our friend All Rails says, Wild Wild Central. He was going to ask about the Pacific League standings, and we appreciate you that. Yeah, the Pacific League has been a little bit of a surprise because of the play of the Lions this year. And the question will be is, are they going to be able to hang on? As Mizuno steps to the plate, the first pitch is a fastball swung on and missed. And I'll talk about that a little bit. Mizuno batting .286 on the year, hit his 10th homer last night to go with 41 runs batted in. He has locked down the shortstop position. He is a very productive player, both on the offensive and defensive sides. Here comes the 0-1. Sotani delivers. Fastball misses down and away, and the count goes even to 1-1. Well, the Lions had the injury bug bite them earlier this week in a really bad way. Seiya Watanabe fractured orbital bone as he was fielding a ground ball, took it in the face, and he is going to be out for some time. They don't know the time frame yet for him to return. It's not a good thing for him. Anko Lin, another one who is down. Anko Lin had a pretty good month of July, the Taiwanese star. Breaking ball down in the dirt. They appeal over to the third base umpire, but they said that Mizuno didn't go. 2-1 it is. Aurelia says the Lions are like the Blue Jays injury-wise. Yeah, pretty much. They've been making all kinds of roster moves lately, especially with Vladdy on the concussion protocol for 7 days. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Slow breaking ball swung on, grounded through the legs of the pitcher, fielded behind the base at second by Kirby-Ashi, and he throws to first, and Mizuno's going to be retired. Nice range shown there by Kirby-Ashi. It's a ground out 6-3 for the second out of the inning. And that is going to bring up the designated hitter in Franmil Reyes. And I'm forgetting who the other player is at the top of my head. The other player who is down for the count for the Lions, I believe it was one of the other outfielders. I don't know if it was Nishikawa. There was somebody else who went down who was an impactful player in their lineup. I have to go back and take a look. The first pitch delivered to Franmil Reyes is a fastball that misses outside. Reyes had a tough night at the office last night. He struck out 3 times and drew a walk, batting .320 on the year with 24 homers and 62 runs driven in. Sotani kicks and fires. There's a breaking ball that almost comes and hits Reyes. 2 balls and no strikes. Buffalo defense tonight from left to right field. Watanabe is in left. The center fielder is Mugatani, and in right field, Kita. Around the horn from first to third, it is Yamanaka at first. Second base is Oda. At short, it is Kirbiashi, and at third, it's Mune with the battery of Sotani and Ishikawa. Breaking ball misses down, and the count now goes to 3-0. So 3 balls and no strikes. Reyes looking for a walk, as he did last night. There's a fastball swung on at 3-0, and he lines it foul into the seats well down the right field line, and the count goes to 3-1. Looking ahead, we are going to be carrying the series. The Fighters are on their way to Fukuoka. That's going to be a big series. Early starts this week. So in North American time, it'll be Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Those will be the Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday games. 10 o'clock Pacific, 1 a.m. Eastern. There's a fastball swung on and fouled to the first base side of home plate. The count's now full to Reyes. It'll be a big series for both clubs, as the Fukuoka Ball Club, as of late, has been stumbling a bit. They have lost the 2 games in this series to the Eagles, and they also lost to the Marines in the getaway game on Thursday. So they have a 3-game losing streak right now. There's a breaking ball missing down. It's going to be ball 4, and Reyes is going to get first base. So very eerily similar to the game last night. The ball game began. So Reyes makes his way down to first, and that is going to bring Yuki Nomura to the plate. Well, for Nomura, batting .259 on the year, 14 homers and 51 runs batted in. And in last night's ball game, he deposited a home run into the left center field stands, so to speak, off the luxury boxes in left center. Here's the first pitch from Sotani. It's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count is quickly 0-1. Another decent crowd tonight, as the Buffaloes playing their home game here at the Kyocera Dome. All Rails says he needs to start watching more of the Pacific League. It's kind of boring seeing the same teams over. Well, it's kind of funny. As there's a fastball swung on and fouled away. No balls, 2 strikes to Nomura. When I've been in Japan, I usually go to Central League games. But I prefer watching the Pacific League generally, and that's why we call more games. More familiar with the players. Like the teams are overall stronger. Although I have to say, I think when the designated hitter comes into effect next year in the Central League and they get the extra bat in the lineup, that should tighten it up a little bit more for the Central League teams. Fastball swung on and fouled away over on the first base side. The count 0-2 it remains. So no balls and 2 strikes. But back to the looking ahead part, as the Fighters will take on the Hawks. And obviously that series there for the Fighters going in there could really gain some ground on Fukuoka to try to reel them in. So we're looking forward to that. Here comes the 0-2 pitch as Sotani works to the set, checks Reyes, kicks and fires. Breaking ball swung on and chopped foul over on the third base side of home plate. And no balls and 2 strikes it remains. Definitely would like to see some more action. We were talking about the other night when Tim was in here that the Jingu Stadium, where the Swallows call their home, is on the chopping block, and I've said that they want to do a new stadium where Chiba is. There was a breaking ball swung on and missed. Nomura gone for the third out of the inning, and that is going to do it for the Fighters here in their first inning. No runs, no hits, no errors. There was a runner left aboard. We're through a half inning. It is the Fighters nothing, and the Buffaloes coming to bat. Stick around, everybody. We'll keep chatting with our chat when we come back in just a few. It is the Buffaloes and the Fighters. More action when we return after this.
We keep on moving, we keep on moving along, we keep on rolling. No, we ain't slowing it down. We keep on moving, we keep on moving along, we keep on rolling. Yeah, no, we ain't slowing it down. Let's go. We ain't slowing down, baby. Come and show me how. Gotta do it right now. You know you gotta hold me down. Can I let the moment pass? Good things they never last. Pull up in a whip, you know I had to hit the gas. Yeah, that's premium.
Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be coming to bat for the Buffaloes in their half of the first inning. It'll be Yumamune, Ryo Watanabe, and Ryoma Nishikawa to get things going, as they'll be facing Kohei Arihara, as things will be ready to get themselves underway. The right-hander Arihara ready to go, as he's completed his tune-up tosses. Yumamune wearing the yellow shin guards, yellow elbow guard, yellow gloves. Offsets really well with this all-black uniform with the white trim that the Buffaloes have been sporting for the series. First pitch on the way, fastball catches the inside corner for a called strike. The count is 0-1 to Mune. Mune hitting .234 on the year, 10 homers and 48 runs driven in. Batting from the left side here, waiting on the offering from Arihara. It's a fastball that misses inside. The count now goes even to ones. 1 ball and 1 strike. Arihara takes himself a breath. And here he's ready to deliver again. There's a fastball swung on it as grounded foul over on the first base side. All in 2 strikes to Mune. I was having a meal with one of the minor league players after the game last night. We were talking about pitching and pitchers. Fastball was swung on. It has popped up over on the third base side. Could be playable. And it is going to be Arizona is going to have the room, and Mune is going to be retired for the first out of the inning. He's gone for out number 1, and that'll bring up Ryo Watanabe to the plate. Anyways, we were talking a little bit about tipping pitches and how pitchers sometimes will tip pitches and things that they'll do. And there was a pitcher in the game the other night, minor league game I was at. They stole, I think it was 6 or 7 bases against the pitcher from the other team, and they just noticed that something he was doing every time. It was like a free base. He would take a deep breath right before he would deliver. They would see that, and they were able to time him up to be able to go. There's a breaking ball that misses down and away. The count is 1-0. You got to change your timing. You got to mix your delivery, especially if you're tipping when you're going to deliver that pitch with runners on. Fastball swung on, grounded up the middle, backhanded by the second baseman, Narama. He throws to first, and that's going to retire the speedy Watanabe on a ground out 4-3. 2 quick outs, and that is going to bring up the designated hitter in Ryoma Nishikawa. All Rails says, wish the Baystars Stadium was a little bit bigger. Stands are pretty small when it's compared to Toronto. Yeah, it's, I think, if I remember correctly, Yokohama's about 33,000, 34,000. I think they could squeeze in there. stadiums are a little bit smaller by major league standards. You think about a lot of the teams in the big leagues are at least 40,000. Some exceed 50. Here comes the pitch to Nishikawa. It's a breaking ball taken under the hands for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. But at the same point in time, you also have to like it because it also creates a demand. There's enough demand for tickets. If it was maybe 5,000 or 6,000 seats more, they have the demand. There's a breaking ball, another one dropping in for a called strike, and the count now goes to no balls and 2 strikes to Nishikawa. But I like it. I like that particular stadium. If I was sitting there, I think if I went again, fastball misses inside, I would sit in that wing up in left field. As long as there's no thunderstorms in the area, I think that would be a pretty cool place to watch a game. Tim says the cheering makes it sound like 40,000. Yeah, absolutely. Here's the 1-2. Split finger pitch swung on, chopped softly over to second, fielded on the run by Minorama. He throws to first, and Nishikawa's in the books on the ground out 4-3 for out number 3. And that is going to do it here for the Buffaloes in their half of the first inning. They go quietly, no runs, no hits, no errors. Nobody left the board. We are through 1 complete. It is the Fighters nothing and the Buffaloes nothing. Stick around, everybody. The top of the second is just around the corner when we return after this. Welcome back, everybody. We often get asked at a lot of times in the streams, where can we find this game? So we'll put it back to the 24-minute mark. And that would be if you want to watch it on TV, HTB1 or JSport 3 during the broadcast. There's a breaking ball that misses outside to Gunji for ball 1. If you're looking for online distribution, DAZN, Rakuten TV, and Baseball Live are the 3 for there. And then you got to hunt and peck for it and go find it. As there is a fastball that is swung on and missed, and the count goes to 1-1. And Yes Certified says Orix Ford to win. Oh, I don't know. I think that Kohei Arihara may have something to say about this tonight, as he's coming off a couple of good pitching performances in his last 2 outings. Buffaloes need to get a good outing from Sotani, as last night the bullpen got roughed up late. There's a breaking ball that just misses outside. The count now goes to 2-1. So 2 balls and a strike. Waggling the bat is Gunji, and he takes a fastball that misses for a ball. Count is 3-1. I'm not sure where that pitch was. It looked pretty darn good to me. But I'm not the one calling the balls and the strikes. Again, the lefty delivers. There's a fastball swung on it. Is lined to the left field. It's going to get down. It's going to get all the way to the wall. It's going to be extra bases for Gunji. And he is going to cruise into second base easily with a stand-up double. So he is at second, and that is going to bring up the third baseman in Naoki Arizono. Oh, Rail says, how's Reyes doing lately? Well, Reyes has actually been pretty good on the season. He's slowed a little bit, But for the most part, Franmil Reyes has really been enjoying himself a pretty good year. He's been a top of a lot of the statistical categories. He leads the Pacific League in batting average. He's hitting .320. Only other player above 300 is Kensuke Kondo, who is hitting at .305. And then in the home run category, he is right now in third place, or he's tied for second actually, but third place. As that fastball is swung on and missed by Arizona, quickly 0-1. Arizona batting .327, a homer and 9 RBIs. He was an important part of last night's game. He knocked in 3 runs. Ryoya Kurihara is leading the Pacific League in homers, and then Kensuke Kondo and Franmil Reyes are currently tied for second. As Sotani holds to the set. He checks the runner at second, now delivers. Fastball taken for a called strike. I'm not sure Arizona liked it. I'm not sure I liked it either. That pitch looked like it was up in the zone. Reyes statistically is third in the league in RBIs. He's got 62, and he's well off the pace of Kondo and Kurihara, who have 86 and 85 respectively. So no balls and 2 strikes. And he has the second most amount of hits, does Reyes, in the league. So offensively, he's checking a ton of boxes. On base percentage, he's second. He's got a .375 OB on base percentage. Breaking ball misses down. It's now a ball and 2 strikes to Arizona. One statistic we know that Reyes is not leading in, and that would be in stolen bases. Our friend Samurai Prayer in the house, we welcome you back into the fold again. Glad you can make it here. Now, time has been called. I'm not sure what's going on with the home plate umpire. I know he's come over to get some baseballs, but we're going to have a look here. I don't know if this is something that's reviewable. I think they're looking to see if he was hit by a pitch. So was Arizona hit on the toe? On the first angle that we saw, it looks like he was hit on the pitch, by the pitch. Second angle from the overhead, not as decisive. I think we're going to have to wait and see what the officials have to say. But if he is, that's going to put runners at first and second. Yeah, hard to tell on the overhead view, but the angle that was coming from the outfield spot, I think he's been hit. Back in the day when players used to shine their shoes, you would often go and look at the shoe polish. There would be shoe polish on the shoe. And then they would look to see if there was, and if that was the case, then they would award the base. And so because the fighters are wearing blue shoes, the blue shoes ended up with a mark of blue on the ball, they would be awarded the base. That was their determining factor. But I don't know how many players actually shine their shoes any further in the game, at least in North America. In Japan, it might be a different story. So we're waiting for the umpire to come and make the decision. See if we are going to have this rendered as a hit by pitch. But we are seeing all the angles, and I think he did. I think he got hit by the pitch, and I think he's going to be awarded the base. But we're going to wait and see here what the umpires have to say. And for my liking, this has taken a little bit too long. Seeing how we wait and continue to wait. Our friend Tim in the house here, and we were talking a little bit. Mark McGuire, the former big leaguer, his son got the start today for the Angels farm team. And I think he's going to play in the big leagues. I think he will get there. He is a top 30 prospect in the Angels organization, but I don't think he's going to be a starter. He was taken out, didn't make it through 3 innings. But I do think that he will play in the big leagues. He was sitting on 95, 96 miles an hour, but I think he had some difficulty locating his pitches. Going to have to develop an off-speed pitch. As I said, he is a top 30 prospect now for the Angels. I think he came over from the Cubs. So we're still waiting here on the umpire's decision. We must have seen the replay at least 20 or 30 times. And I'm not kidding you. It's been the same over and over. And if it's taking this long to make a decision, then maybe they can't overturn it. Maybe they have to say it's inconclusive. But I personally think he's been hit, and I think he should get the base. But my thoughts don't really matter at this point. Here comes the umpire, and they said, has he been hit or not? Nope, doesn't look like it. Looks like he's walking back to the batter's box here, so he has not been awarded first base. We'll have to continue to hit. So I've got 1 ball and 2 strikes here. So that replay has gone for naught. As we're back to the action yet again here as he steps in. It does Arizona. Gunji is the runner at second. Arizona, the batter here with a 1-2 count on him. Nobody out here in the second inning. As the lefty Sotani works himself to the set. And here comes the 1-2. Pitch on the way. Fastball taken for a called third strike. Oh, if Arizona didn't like getting hit by the pitch and not getting the base, he's sure not going to like getting called out on strikes. He's gone for out number 1, and that's going to bring up the center fielder in Rodolfo Castro. Well, for Castro, getting the start tonight, he had the night off last night. He's batting .226. 7 homers and 21 runs driven in. Lefty Sotani ready to go back to work here as he comes to the set, checks the runner, now delivers. Fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is quickly 0-1. I think the umpire here tonight, or the umpire compared to last night, a lot more liberal strike zone tonight. Last night it seemed like that there were not as many pitches called for strikes. It seemed like a tighter zone. So the Fighters and the Buffaloes shaking their heads a bit. There's a breaking ball that swung on and missed, and the count now goes to 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes. Fighters import players on the offensive side. At times Castro has produced. Hasn't really had a lot of everyday play at times. Whereas Reyes is the general fixture, always in the lineup. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball down. Good stop by Ishikawa. Runs the count to 1-2 on Castro. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. So Tanny getting his sign from his catcher. He's ready to go back to work. As the lefty holds to the set. And now the pitch on the way. Fastball swung on, lifted into deep left field. This ball could be trouble. Backing up, looking up, and watching it sail into the seats and down the tunnel is the left fielder Watanabe. And that is going to be a 2-run shot off the bat of Rodolfo Castro, his 8th of the year. And the Fighters have jumped out to an early 2-0 lead. Yuya Gunji in to score first after his leadoff double. And Castro turning that one around to the delight of the traveling fans. 2-0 it is for the Fighters, and that is going to bring the second baseman Taiki Narama to the plate. Well, Narama steps to the dish, hitting .256 on the year with 4 homers and 20 runs driven in. And the first pitch is a fastball that is swung through and missed, and the count is quickly 0-1 to Narama. Narama swings at the pitch. It's grounded over to third, fielded on the backhand by Mune. He fires across the diamond. Oh, what a play by Yuma Mune. That's a gold glove effort right there, as that's going to retire Narama for the second out of the inning. I got to tell you, that ball, though, I have to go look at it again. It looked like it may have not necessarily gotten, I didn't think it was a fair ball at first. Interesting that the third base umpire was making that call because it hadn't grounded past the bag. So that's going to bring up to the plate Yuya Shinto. Shinto hitting a .177 on the year with 3 homers and 9 RBIs. He came in late in last night's game. Takes a fastball outside for ball. Count is 1-0. 2-0 lead for the Buffaloes. Sorry, check that. 2-0 lead for the Fires as the Buffaloes find themselves in the deficit. Pitch on the way. Fastball swung through and missed, and the count goes to 1-1. Last night, the first 4 innings of the game were absolutely at an accelerated rate. Game was moving quick, and then we have tonight, we're not exactly off to the quickest of paces. Here's the 1-1. Fastball taken for a called strike, and the count now goes to 1-2 on Shinto. Left-hander against the right-hander, Sotani ready to go again. Nods in agreement with his catcher Ishikawa. Here comes the 1-2. As he kicks and delivers, slow breaking ball misses up and away, and the count now goes to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Again, Sotani ready to go back to work as he kicks and delivers. There's a breaking ball swung on and chopped foul behind home plate. And 2 as it remains to Shinto. Sotani here has had to work a little bit. He's at 38 pitches now. Already 20 delivered here in this inning. As the lefty again works himself into the set position. Here comes the 2-2. Pitch on the way. Breaking ball misses down and in. They appeal over to the first base umpire, but they say that Shinto didn't go. That now runs the count full. We got to look at the replay, and probably was the right call. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Fastball swung on and hammered foul into the temporary seating down the left field line. And the count remains full to Shinto. So 3 balls and 2 strikes it remains as the lefty gets a new baseball ready to go back to work again. As he holds to the set position. Here's the 3-2. Kicks and delivers. Fastball swung on and another one grounded foul just past the first base coach's box. And 3-2 it remains. And GS says adjust the score. So obviously when you're new here, you haven't been around. Normally what we do is we adjust the score at the end of the half innings. Keep everybody updated. Otherwise, we have a production staff of 1. So we end up doing that. We miss other stuff. Here's a 3-2. Fastball swung on and missed. And Shinto's in the books. He's gone for the 3rd out of the inning. But damage has been done here for the Fighters. They put a crooked number on the board. A 2-run homer by Castro. 2 runs, 2 hits, no errors, nobody left. We're now moving to the bottom of the 2nd inning. It is a 2-0 game. But NGS, we're glad you're with us. And we appreciate you for hanging out here tonight on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. We'll be right back after this.
1, 2, 3, 4. And the jaybird singing something about the way things used to be. Now I'm dancing on a wire like a cheap paper tiger.
The score is 2-0 for the Fighters as we move to the bottom of the 2nd. We'll be back in just a couple of moments with all the action after this. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be the heart of the order coming up for the Buffaloes. That means Oda, Kobayashi, and Kita get things going against Kohei Arihara here in inning number 2. Arihara made quick work of the Buffaloes in inning number 1, only throwing 10 pitches. And the first pitch is a fastball swung on. It is lifted into deep left field, moving back at the edge of the warning track, but with plenty of room to make the catch. As the left fielder Gunji, and with one pitch, we have one away here in inning number 2. That is going to bring up the shortstop in Kotaro Kobayashi. And yes, glad you can make it in. Not sure where you're listening from, but you got people from all over the globe who do listen in. Our good friend Tim is in the Toronto area. Our friend Samurai Purr listening from Osaka. But we get all kinds of folks that come from different places listening into the game. One gone here, and it brings Kotaro Kobayashi to the plate. He's hitting .262 on the year, 14 homers and 44 runs driven in. And the pitch is a fastball swung on and fouled away. And the count is quickly 0-1. I haven't seen our friend Tinkin here. Usually he comes in asking who he thinks is going to win ball games. I'm sure he will make a guest appearance at some point. Fastball swung on, lifted into right field. It's going to slice its way into the stands. And the count now goes to 0-2 on Kobayashi. Kobayashi made a spectacular play in the last inning at short. There was a fastball that bounces up to the plate, and the count now goes to 1-2 on Kobayashi. Good pitch there by Arihara. Ball and 2 strikes. Right-hander Arihara ready to go again as he gets the sign. And GS says, listening from Tampa, Florida. We've had a couple of folks from Tampa in the past. There's a breaking ball swung on, grounded up the middle, fielded by the shortstop Mizuno, ranging to his left, and he's going to throw out his opposite number on a ground out 6-3 for the second out of the inning. Nice play there by Mizuno. I hope he wears Mizuno as well. It would be an advertising coup for one of the other manufacturers to have Mizuno wearing somebody else's gear. I was thinking about doing a chart where people listen from. I know we see our charts on the backside, but we don't always get that information out of YouTube. Fastball swung on, lifted into left field. Moving over underneath it is Gunji, and that's a quick inning, as Kita's going to be gone for the third out. It only took, by my count, 6 pitches in that inning to retire the side. Arihara hardly broke a sweat. No runs, no hits, no errors. Nobody left the board. Your scores were through 2 complete. It's the Fighters 2, the Buffaloes no score. Stay tuned, everybody. We'll be right back after this. Our friend NGS says, remember that the team starts first, gets done the worst. Yeah, that could be true, especially in the first inning. Can get off to a lot of runs, and then they end up shutting her down, so to speak. We'll be back in a few after this.
So high.
It is a 2-0 Fighter lead. We'll be back in just a few at the top of the third. Welcome back, everybody. Satani has completed his tune-up tosses. He's ready to go back to work. He hardly had a chance to get a drink in the dugout as quickly as Arihara had made the fast work of the Buffaloes. He's here to start inning number 3. He is at 42 pitches in the first 2 innings. 24 pitches in the last half. Fastball swung on, and it is popped up foul. It's going to reach the seats on the first base side. Samurai Pereira says, Ari Hara threw only 16 pitches in the first 2 innings. That's pretty good. That's just like hit last weekend. Last weekend, it was like he hardly broke a sweat. He had, I think, a 6-pitch inning last weekend as well. Pretty impressive. All around the zone. And so, of course, they probably have spoken in the dugout, or the game plan is go after, swing early, because it becomes very tough when you get deeper into the counts. First pitch was fouled away to Minami, and the next pitch missed inside under the hands. Counts 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike. I was talking a bit of statistics. If you're interested in some major league stats, I know, and even minor league stats, there's a breaking ball swung on. It's grounded softly to second, fielded neatly by the second baseman Oda. He throws to first, and it's a ground out 4-3 to retire Minami for out number 1 here in the third. If you guys are interested in checking out a stat page for major league players, but also for minor league players, TJ Stats, I was perusing through it today. I was talking to some of the minor leaguers. They really look at those statistics. Apparently, it's done by a Canadian guy somewhere. But they take a look at it, and they do some things. Some of the information they're able to pull off of the site. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball misses upstairs. The count is 1-0 to Mizuno. Mizuno 0 for 1 tonight. Grounded to the shortstop his first time up. So both he and Kirbiashi keeping themselves busy. Fastball misses up and in, and the count now goes to 2-0. Anyways, the reason we were talking about certain stats, a couple of things in the conversation came up, and one was about the extension of the pitcher, how much he could get down the mound. There was a fastball taken for a called strike. The count now goes 2-1 on Mizuno. So from the pitcher's rubber, how much extension does that player get from the time the ball leaves his hand? And it's a perceived velocity. So in other words, the perception of the velocity for the hitter, it seems like it's maybe a couple of miles an hour faster. There's a fastball swung on and fouled away. The count's 2-2. And if you're on Instagram, there was a good clip today that Major League Baseball did with Mark DeRosa. And they talked about Peyton Tolley. And Tolley was about how his extension, he really gets down the mound. So here comes the 2-2 pitch. As he kicks and delivers, fastball misses down and away, and the count now goes full to Mizuno. Another player I think about with extension would be Aroldis Chapman. Chapman, left-handed pitcher currently for the Red Sox, of course. I was thinking about him when he was with Cincinnati Reds. Breaking ball down, it's going to be ball 4. And one of the thought processes that came to my mind is just the overall flexibility of the athlete. Does that change with the pitcher as they age? So young Chapman, would he have greater extension and reach than, say, the older Chapman as the body starts to stiffen and maybe not quite be the same or work the same as it used to? Don't have the answer for that. I'm going to have to indulge in those statistics and those numbers myself, but I think that would be a very interesting topic. Well, this brings Franmil Reyes to the plate with Mizuno at first and 1 away. Reyes walked his first time up, in a position here to do some damage for the Fighters as the lefty Sotani works himself to the set position. Pitch on the way. Fastball just misses outside. The count is 1-0. As we were talking earlier, Reyes is a leader in a number of statistical categories on the offensive side. Big fellow waits here on the offering from the lefty, who works himself into the set position. Here comes the 1-0. Pitch on the way. Fastball misses upstairs. Count goes to 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes. Our friend Samurai Prayer commenting about my voice earlier, and I have a feeling tonight is going to be one of those nights we're going to need to take care of the voice. It's feeling a little crackly early. No score in the other game in the Pacific League between the Hawks and the Eagles, but there is scoring in the game between the Giants and the Dragons, as the Giants are up to an early 1-0 lead. Fastball misses outside. It's now gone 3-0 to Reyes. Looking on deck is Yuki Nomura, as he is chopping at the bit to get to the plate with runners on. Our friend NGS says, Fighters think the Japan Dodgers. I don't know about that, as there was a breaking ball swung on and missed, and the count is 3-1. I mean, the Fighters, I have to tell you, compared to 4 years ago, the Fighters are a lot more interesting to watch. We had a really hard time watching the Fighters a few years ago when Shinjo first took over. They were really young. They made a lot of mistakes, but I have to be honest and say that Shinjo's had a lot of patience. Our friend Samurai Purr says a new star was born from the Cardinals today. 3 homers in his debut. And I think it was in his first 3 at-bats. That was it Javier Baez or Josh Baez? I can't remember the first name, but it was a Baez. Here comes the 3-1 pitch. Satani holds set, now delivers. There's a breaking ball waved at and missed. The count now goes full to Reyes. NGS is pumping his fist for an easy Dragon win. I guess we're going to have to wait and see on that one. But I will say this, the Dragons are going to make a move. They are going to make a serious push for a playoff spot. I really believe that. And the reason I believe it is their pitching. I think they got off such an abysmal start, but they're playing good ball lately. Only 4 games behind the Bay Stars and the Swallows. I think the Swallows are fading. There's a breaking ball going down to second, and stealing second base is Mizuno. And I do believe it was Reyes who's down on strikes, so almost to strike him out, throw him out. Reyes took that pitch, was right at the knees. He's gone for the second out. Mizuno steals second, moving him into scoring position. That's his 12th of the year. And he's going to bring up the first baseman, Yuki Nomura, to the plate. NGS says, let's commentate NFL this year. I got to be honest with you. I'm not really the NFL's never been my shtick in the last 10 years. I was a season ticket holder for the Detroit Lions during the Barry Sanders era. There was a breaking ball that swung on and fouled away. Counts 0-1 to Nomura. And I checked in on some of the exhibition games in the last couple of days, and it's just, I don't know. I don't know if I like the way the game is played these days. That's been my biggest beef. I mean, I like the game better than the early 80s where, it was the running backs were carrying the ball 40 plus times a game as a tandem. And they'd be throwing the ball maybe 20 times. Now they're throwing 40 to 50 times a game and only carrying the rock 20 times. Fastball misses outside. Count goes to 1-1. And I think clock management has become very, 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 very poor. I had a topic of conversation yesterday, and this would be something that would be of interest, or at least a general interest, and that is are we going to see a European division in the NFL? And I think it's coming quick. Fastball misses outside. The count goes to 2-1. When you think about it, if you're in New York or Philadelphia, isn't it shorter to fly to England, to London, or to Barcelona, or Amsterdam, or Berlin? So a 4-team NFL division, NFL Europe division. You're playing against the other ones, and of course the sponsorship, the not sponsorship, the entry fee into the league would be huge. Breaking ball swung on and missed, and that runs the count to 2-2 on Nomura. Yeah, NGS says they can't run anymore because the D linemen are running they're running 40-yard dashes like running backs used to. Yeah. Just the overall athleticism of the players for the physical size that they are is pretty impressive. Here's the 2-2 pitch. On the way, fastball misses upstairs. It's going to run the count to 3-2. I think we're going to have a short-lived night here for Satani. That's his 62nd pitch as we are here in the 3rd inning. I wonder if we get 4 out of him. It has not been the most pitch efficiency, although Kohei Arihara may have written a book on pitch efficiency here tonight in this one. Here comes the 3-2. And the lefty holds to the set. Now delivers. Fastball, take it for a called third strike. Nomura, he knew it. He started walking back to the dugout. He's gone for the third out of the inning, and that is going to do it here for the Fighters. One thing I will say, Satani's got 5 strikeouts tonight. They're having trouble putting bat the ball there. No runs in the inning, no hits, no errors. There was a runner left aboard. We are now through 2.5 innings. Your score is the Fighters 2 and the Buffaloes no score. Stay with us, everybody. We'll talk about all kinds of things when we come back after this, including the NFL. Hang tight. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be the bottom third of the batting order to come to bat for the Buffaloes. That means Yamanaka, Mugatani, and Ishikawa to face Kohei Arihara here in inning number 3. Our friend GS says he put his rent on it. He loses, he moves in with me. I don't know about that. Here comes the first pitch. There's a breaking ball taken for a called strike. There's a YouTube channel called Diary of a CEO. There's a fella out of Great Britain who is a host, and he does a lot of different interviews on different genres. There's a breaking ball that misses down and in. The count goes to 1-1. And he was interviewing Casey Neistat, and Casey Neistat was talking about how he was couch surfing when he was a young guy. Paid $350 to sleep on somebody's couch for a month. There was a breaking ball swung on and lifted foul into the seats over on the third base side. The count is 1-2. And he said the $350 was good for exactly 11 days. As it was September 11th that his apartment blew up with him in it. And, or at least where he was staying for that month. There's a fastball swung on, is grounded up the middle to short. Mizuno fields it, fires to first, and that is going to retire Yamanaka on a ground out 6-3 for out number 1. It's going to bring up the center fielder in Yusuke Mugatani. But it was a pretty cool interview, very interesting. And of course, talked about how he got his, I guess, his life going, or everything going in his life with regards to how he did his YouTube channel, which is kind of neat. At least it's fascinating in my eyes. Anyway, here comes the first pitch from Arihara. It's a fastball swung on, grounded softly to the right side. Narama fields it, throws to first. And Mugatani's gone on a ground out 4-3. So another quick out here. So 2 in the books. It's going to bring up the catcher in Ryo Ishikawa. Ishikawa started his career as a fighter, spent the first 8 seasons in Hokkaido. And he is with the Buffaloes. He is 0-for-7 on the season, the 31-year-old. Doesn't get a whole lot of time, but he's getting some action here in this series. It's a fastball that catches the outside corner, and the count is 0-1. The ball's a strike to Ishikawa. Right-hander against the right-hander. Arihara works himself to the set. Now he kicks and delivers. Slow breaking ball misses outside, and the count now goes even to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Again, Arihara working himself to the set. Here comes the pitch. On the way, fastball swung on and fouled right into the feet of Ishikawa. Now he's in the hole at 1-2. That is something Arihara does pitch to contact. He can get the strikeouts, which is impressive. He does have 52 strikeouts. Sorry, looking at the wrong guy. He's got 50 strikeouts in 64 innings. None here tonight so far. But he has the ability to strike it out. It's the breaking ball and the changeup. His changeup, I think, is his best pitch. Doesn't have the electric fastball that he once had. Here's the 1-2. And there's the changeup right on cue. It's swung out in the dirt. Good block by Shinto. He throws to first. It's going to be a strikeout 2-3 to retire Ishikawa for the third out of the inning. And that's going to do it here for the Buffaloes in their half of the third. They go quietly in order. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left the board. And by my count here, that's under 30 pitches in 3 innings for Arihara. That's unbelievable. Third of the game is in the books. It is a 2-0 Fighters lead. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a few with more action on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel.
Do you hear that? My sanity about to break while everyone I know's out. On a trip, on a boat, on a lake. I'm tired of feeling all FOMO, babe. I don't even care if we stay home. Put our to-do list on ice. Crank the AC to 79 and make
Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be Gunji, Arizona, and Castro to come to bat, the 5, 6, and 7 hitters for the Fighters to get things going here in the fourth. MGS says, is that a pitcher, a Japanese Paul Skeens? No, not anymore. Doesn't have the electric fastball. Had the surgery when he was with the Texas Rangers. He Tommy John. Not the same pitcher anymore that he once was. But still a pretty darn good pitcher in his own right is Arihara. 63 pitches through 3 innings for Satani, and the first pitch is swung on. It's grounded into the 6th hole past the glove of the shortstop, Kirby-Ashi, and Gunji's hot bat continues as he's got himself a single. Get things going here in inning number 4, and that is going to bring up the third baseman in Naoki, Arizona. I say that because Gunji in last night's game, he was 3 for 3. He had a double and a couple of singles. And then they took him out of the game. That's your reward. 3 for 3, you're done. So he didn't even finish in the ball game last night. So he's got 5 hits in his last 5 trips to the plate. I'd have to go back and look at the Friday night game to see if he was involved in that game in some capacity and if he had any hits. So maybe he's got himself a bit of a streak going. The Fighters lost that game on Friday 6-2. Pitch on the way, breaking ball. Take it for a called strike as Arizona's in the hole at 0-1. 0 for 1 tonight. He struck out looking his first time up. He did play in the Friday night game, and he did play in left field, so I'll have to take a look and see if maybe he's got more than just 5 in a row of hits. There's a fastball that swung on. It is lifted foul into the seats down the right field line. 0-2 it is. Gunji had 1 hit on Friday night, and it was his last at bat. So he's got a string now of 6 consecutive at bats where he's had a hit. Might be worth asking AI if what the record would be in the NPB. How many hits in a row? Here's the 0-2 pitch. Satani kicks and fires a fastball that misses up, and the count now goes to 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Still nothing between the Eagles and the Hawks at the PayPay Dome in the bottom of the third. Top of the second, Giants have a 1-0 lead over the Dragons. Yeah, Arizona for sure. There's a fastball swung on. This is looped into center field. It's going to get down for a base hit. Charging in and fielding it, taking it on the one hop is the center fielder, Mugatani. So base hit for Arizona, and that is going to put runners at first and second. It's going to bring Rodolfo Castro to the plate. Castro tonight already did damage as he is the responsible for the 2-run homer in the second inning. So the big boss got the audacity to have him square to bunt here? He might. So runners are at first and second with nobody out. Samurai Prayer says, Arizona, not Arizona. Yeah, absolutely. You are correct. So this brings Castro to the plate. Obviously, 1-for-1 tonight, the homer and 2 RBIs. It was his 8th homer of the year. As he's raised his season average up to 231. Batting from the right side here against the left-hander Satani. As the lefty holds set, now here comes the pitch. Kicks and delivers, fastball swung on and lifted foul into the seats over on the first base side of home plate. So the count's quickly 0-1. So looking for a comparable to Arihara. I'm giving some thought on who that might be from the right side. He doesn't have the overpowering fastball like he used to anymore. I almost would have said Joe Ryan of the Twins, but Ryan's a little bit further up the food chain. Here comes the 0-1, pitch on the way, fastball down. Good stop there by Ishikawa as is in the dirt. So 1 ball and 1 strike. So 1 ball and 1 strike to Castro. As the lefty Satani works again to the set position. Here's the pitch. Fastball swung on and it's fouled away over on the first base side. The count is 1-2. Trying to think of somebody else who would be comparable to the right-hander. I would have said maybe a few years ago when he had some good numbers with San Diego was Chris Paddock. Paddock's bounced around for quite a few teams since then. But maybe in his good year where he had that fastball changeup working really well. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Fastball comes inside and it has hit Castro. Oh, did it get him on the kneecap? He tried to get out of the way. That's going to leave a mark. That's going to load the bases with nobody out. So our friend NGS in here who's hoping for the Buffaloes, I got to tell you, yeah, you're still losing, but the worst part about it is his base is loaded with nobody out. Satani has been not very good tonight. He's going to have to try to wiggle out of something here. You got the 8 and 9 hitters slated to come to bat. Boy, could you use a double play ball here or a strikeout and a double play ball. Get yourself out of the jam and then maybe go to the locker room early. I can't see him sticking around past the 5th inning. May not even be past the 4th at this rate. 72 pitches for the left-hander. They do have a conference on the mound here as the pitching coach had come out to discuss what they're looking to do. And that discussion is now over. I would have thought the Buffaloes would have showed up today. They have a pretty good crowd in this series for the Fighters and the Buffaloes, or at least on the Saturday and Sunday games. I've talked about it before that the Buffaloes are not exactly the biggest to draw. You can get tickets on the walk-up pretty easily. The lefty Satani delivers. There's a breaking ball that just catches the outside corner. Really late call by the home plate umpire. I have to do my part and really hang in here with him because he is just slow to go up with the right hand. And GS says Orix is done for. Well, if they can wiggle themselves out of this jam here and they stay with it, then they're in a pretty good position. They've got the infield in. Outfield is not particularly shallow. They're in kind of normal depth. Interesting. If you're going to bring the infield in, I thought you'd bring the outfield in with them too to maybe take a shot at the dish. Oh, there's a breaking ball swung on and missed, and Narama's in the hole at 0-2. So the ball's in 2 strikes. Otani pitching. No, Sotani. The lefty. Yeah, that's the Soso Otani. This one throws from the left side. So Sotani ready to deliver again as he works himself to the belt. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. Kicks and delivers. Breaking ball swung on it. This is hit foul over on the first base side of home plate. Count remains at 0-2 to Narama. Also a little surprised that they'd have the bases loaded. I would have figured that maybe they would keep the middles back. I mean, it's still pretty early in the ball game. I mean, you can give up a run. Yeah, I can understand not wanting to give up 2 runs. But the shortstop and the second baseman, I thought maybe they would have tried to get 2 up the middle. But with nobody out, maybe they'll ease off when they get the first out. Here comes the 0-2. Pitch on the way. Fastball swung on it. It's going to be looped over the head of the second baseman, and that's exactly why I would have thought they would have been double play depth. He leaped up, did Oda, and it just got over the outstretched glove, and in to score comes Gunji. It's going to be a single and an RBI. Everybody else moves up 90 feet. As Gunji in to score the 3rd run of the ballgame on the RBI base hit by Nomura. That right there in a nutshell. I don't know if I would have brought the middles in. He reached out with the bat, just punched it over the head of the second baseman. It was a good solid foot. But if the second baseman was back, you know, as I said, even if he was halfway or in double play depth, he probably makes that catch. So bases are still full of fighters. Yuya Shinto striding to the plate. So Narama gets himself an RBI. It's his 21st of the year. And Sotani looking at the sign from his catcher. I think another interesting piece will be how the Buffaloes respond in the next inning. They've got the top of the order coming up. They're going to need to try to get at least a run back, stay in striking distance of the Fighters. Squaring to bunt. Oh, my goodness. Bunting with the bases loaded. But he pulls back, does Shinto, and it's ball 1. Oh, what does the big boss have up his sleeve? A safety squeeze with the bases full. Try to bunt into a double play. Got everybody fooled. See if they try this again. I know Shinto isn't exactly swing a big piece of lumber. Anything you could do to get it in play. Here comes the 1-0. Pitch on the way. Breaking ball. Waved at and missed. And the count now goes even to 1-1. Chusei Minami licking his chops as he is on deck. That fighter player certainly needs something to get off of the schneid. And where they got nowhere to put him, you might see some good pitches in the at-bat. So here comes the 1-1 pitch. Again, the lefty holding. Pitch on the way. Fastball swung on, and it's lifted into the foul territory over the first base dugout, and the count now goes to 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. As the right-handed hitting, Shinto waiting. Here comes the pitch. Sotani really working at a slow pace. Here we go. And the offering on the way. Breaking ball swung on and lifted foul into the seats over on the first base side. Samurai Prayer says, as you know, Shinjo loves doing unpredictable things. Yeah, much like the uniforms that he designed a few years ago. I think that was pretty unpredictable. The red and black with the big collar. 80 pitches already here for the lefty, 51 for strikes. So Tanny ready to deliver again. Here comes the 1-2. Kicks and fires. Fastball misses well outside. Count now goes to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. For those of you remember Jeffrey Yan, who pitched for the Saitama Cebu Lions. He's been making waves in Major League Baseball. Never did anything really with Colorado to make the waves, but now that he's in the Big Apple of New York, playing for the Mets, he is the apple of the eye of attention. Every time he strikes somebody out, he leaps into the air. There's a fastball swung on. It is looped softly over to the shortstop, and it is caught by Kirby Ashie, and that is going to retire Shinto. Broken bat. And so for the lefty Satani, it was actually, I thought it was a breaking ball, but it was actually a split finger pitch that he throws from low 3/4, so it acts in a very similar manner. So Shinto gone for the first out of the inning. It's going to bring Chusei Manami to the plate. 1 gone and 1 run on the board here. Yan did get his first win with the Mets today as they beat the Nationals 5-4. Worked an inning and 2/3 and struck out 3 batters. He's getting high leverage situations in the Big Apple. Fastball swung on, popped up into foul territory. It's playable. Underneath it is Yamanaka, and he's going to make the catch. And with 1 pitch, Manami is retired for the 3rd time here tonight. He's gone for the 2nd out of the inning. So 2 big outs here. Our friend NGS says the Orix pitcher is terrible. Hey, we got Nick from Los Angeles in here. Welcome, Nick. We were talking earlier on about where people were listening from. But we know that you're in Los Angeles and we've seen you in the streams before. We're glad you can make it back. It's been a minute. So we got 2 gone here. Bases are full of fighters. It is Tatsuki Mizuno coming to the plate. Nick says he's tuned in and on the over 7.5. Well, that's looking like it could be happening. Maybe not now, but it's going to happen. There's a fastball that's taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. NGS says he's loving the over. Base hit here where you'd love it even more. 3-0. The Fighters have the lead here in the top half, inning number 4, and they are threatening. They loaded the bases with nobody out. They've cashed in 1 so far. They were looking for more. Here comes the 0-1. Pitch on the way. Breaking ball misses down and away. Count goes to 1-1 on Mizuno. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Again, the lefty Satani ready to go back to work as he works into the set position. Here comes the 1-1. On the way, breaking ball swung on and lifted foul into the seats over on the third base side. Now the count goes to 1-2. Yeah, it's been quiet. It's relatively quiet nights the last tonight and last night, but boy, we had some pretty big streams the last couple of weekends. Rather surprised at the volume of people that have come into the stream. I know YouTube announced some changes to the platform for creators, so maybe it is more live stuff getting pushed out. Breaking ball misses upstairs to Mizuno. The count now goes to 2-2. It's been a good thing, I guess. Any opportunity that we can be able to bring a few more listeners in, it's a good day. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Again, Satani holds to the set. Pitch on the way. Breaking ball hammered into right field. If it stays fair, it's going to be trouble. It's hooking, and it is a fair ball into the corner. That's going to be extra bases, and it's going to be runs. 1 run is in. 2 runs are in. And it's going to be a double for Mizuno. His hot hitting continues. And that is going to blow this game into a 5-0 lead. Arizona in to score run number 4. In to score the 5th run was Castro. Stopping at 3rd is Narama. So the Fighters, with a big blast there, have now given themselves a 5-0 lead here in inning number 4. That is set to bring up Franmil Reyes, and that is going to be the end of the night for Satani. NGS says YouTube should make a sport book. Yeah, and they should do it while we're calling the games. And that way we get a percentage as well. That would be pretty cool. NGS, that's the best thing you thought about all night. You could do it right there on the channel, right in front of you. Oh boy, we would be absolutely loving it. 5-0 everybody. Satani's night is done. You can't get through the 4th. We're going to have a pitching change, and we'll be back in just a few and give it to you when we return right after this musical timeout.
You stare in the mirror longer than I do. Must have been delulu when I fell for you, but I couldn't help. You were such a mood, sucker for a neck tattoo. So full of yourself, low key you need help. Your ego's tighter than your Gucci belt. Can't believe that I fell for the lies that you tell. I must be unwell.
Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be Franmil Reyes coming to bat here to face, well, we haven't confirmed yet who the Buffalo pitcher will be. 88 pitches through 3 2/3 innings for Satani. Runners at 2nd and 3rd. Mizuno is at 2nd. The runner at 3rd is Narama. There is 2 gone here in the inning as we wait for the confirmation of the Buffalo reliever. But 5-0, the Fighters are enjoying the lead here, as the Buffaloes have to go to the bullpen early in this one. Satani's night is done. I was saying at the beginning, thinking of the beginning of the night, with the way that the bullpen pitched last night, they were going to have to get at least 5 innings out of the lefty. It is a right-hander. It is Raiku Katayama in, and the first pitch delivered to Reyes is swung on, grounded to 3rd. Fielded on his back foot is Mune. He throws to 1st, and Reyes is going to be retired. It's a ground out 5-3 for out number 3. And that is going to do it here for the Fighters in their half of the 4th. They sent 8 hitters to the plate. They scored 3 runs in the inning on the benefit of 4 hits, no errors. And there was 2 runners left aboard. Your scores were moving to the bottom of the 4th. It is a 5-0 lead for the Fighters. They have come to swing the bats tonight. Buffalo's looking to respond when we come back in just a few. Appreciate y'all for listening to the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be the top of the order to come to bat for the Buffaloes here. And it is going to be Mune, Watanabe, and Nishikawa. as they are going to be facing Kohei Arihara here for the 4th inning as he starts that inning of work. And if my math is correct, I'm going to double check here in just a moment, but I believe it's 25 pitches in the 3 innings for Arihara. And I always double check with the scoreboard to make sure that that is the case, but that is what I have through 3 innings. And Satani, he was not even close. He was at 88 through 3 2/3. So here comes Arihara. It is 25 pitches through 3 innings. He'll be around for a while, one would think. And the first pitch fastball is lifted into the seats well down the right field line. Count quickly 0-1 to Mune. Mune 0 for 1 tonight. He's popped to third. Buddy of mine asked me today who I think is getting to the World Series. And I hope I'm wrong. And here's the fastball that misses down. At least I hope I'm wrong for the American League. Fastball misses away to Mune, 1-1. I really think the New York Yankees are going to win. They're going to win with the pitching that they have. When you think of Garrett Cole, you got Schlittler, and you got Fried, and then Carlos Rodon coming back. Those are 4 A1 starters. 1-1 pitch on the way. Fastball misses inside. The count goes to 2-1. So my guess is going to be the Yankees in the American League. Even though I know Tampa's played really well, I'd like to pick them. I just think that front line of pitching is just too good. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Fastball swung on, lifted into deep right field. This ball could be trouble if it stays fair, and it is off the wall, but it is foul. Mune just hooks it. 2 balls and 2 strikes. In the National League, I am going to go with the leader, and that is the Brewers. But my one disappointment about the Brewers was this, is that the Brewers had an opportunity to get a frontline starter to go with Mizorowski and Harrison in the playoffs. Obviously, I don't think Quinn Priester's coming back this year. But they had those 2 pitchers. If they could have got Gosman or Robbie Ray or Skubal, and I know they would have had to pay a serious prospect to get them, I would have done it. Because I would have think that would have put the Brewers over the hump for sure. 2-2 on the way. Fastball swung on, another one lined into right field, but this time it's going to be to the glove of Minami as he makes an over-the-shoulder catch. Mune gone for the first out of the inning. It'll bring up the left fielder in Rio Watanabe. Now, the Yankees' offense has been a bit of a question. I think they were saying something about Helio Ramos is on a 0-for streak of some variety. I saw him yesterday. I think it was yesterday or the day before. Didn't even run a ground ball out to first base. He had a ground ball. The guy bobbled it. It was a Blue Jay player bobbled it, and then he didn't even run out hard. There was a first pitch. Fastball taken for a called strike. Counts 0-1 to Watanabe. Watanabe 0 for 1 tonight. Grounded to second, his only trip up. Batting .232 on the year. Hard delivers again. Breaking ball misses down in it, and the count goes to 1-1. Yeah, so that would be I say frustrating, but that would be the part for me that I'd probably say the Yankees. Again, I'm not a Yankee fan. Oh, not even close. Fastball swung on and lifted down the right field line. It's going to hook foul. The count goes to 1-2. Dodgers, they're going to have to get healthy and stay healthy. But I think this year I don't know. I think if they're going to get knocked out, might be in the first round of the playoffs, especially in one of those, best of 3s I think they have initially. If they finish as the 3rd team in the division for the division winners, that's where you got to jump them. Best of 5, it comes a little bit harder. Best of 7, I'm not sure if anybody will be able to take them out. Here's the 1-2 pitch. As Arihara delivers, fastball swung on and sliced foul down the left field line. Got 1-2 to Watanabe. But those are my guesses, or at least those are my predictions for the playoffs. Now, who would I like to see? Yeah, if I take away the part of me that's my thinking, who I think is going to do it. There's a split finger pitch and misses down, and the count now goes to 2-2 on Watanabe. And that's a whole different kettle of fish. The teams I would like to see are completely different. Can you imagine if the White Sox made it all the way? Imagine that. That would be a team we haven't seen in a number of years. White Sox, all of a sudden they win and get in. Here's the 2-2. Fastball swung on, lined into right field, and there goes the no-hitter as Watanabe is aboard with a one-out single here in the fourth. That's going to bring up the designated hitter in Ryoma Nishikawa. And then with regards to the wild card, I mean, right now it's the Yankees, Boston, and Texas are holding down the American League wild card. With Toronto and Baltimore half game, and the Toronto, Baltimore, and Detroit a half game out. Minnesota, Cleveland are a game out. So that's up for grabs. Who would I want to see get in out of that? Well, I'm partial to Detroit. But if the Tigers didn't get in, I don't know, maybe an appearance from Baltimore again or Texas. I could live with that. National League, I would say I don't want to play the Padres. The Padres are playing some good ball right now, 7-3 in their last 10. And there is a pitch that's taken for a called strike. Counters quickly 0-1 to Nishikawa. So I definitely wouldn't want to play the Padres if they get in. Phillies, Arizona, and the White Sox are all in the wild card positions with the Padres. The question is are the Braves going to catch the Dodgers and force the Dodgers to play in that first round? Pitch on the way. Fastball misses outside. There goes the runner down to second, and Watanabe's going to get himself a stolen base. And he is in scoring position, so he has just picked up stolen base number 17 on the year. Our friend Mag and Cheese says the White Sox would make his life if they ended up getting themselves into the World Series. Yeah, that would be pretty amazing. That only happens about every 20 some odd years, maybe 25, maybe more. So 1 ball and 1 strike as Nishikawa waits. Arihara looks over at the runner at second base. And now he kicks and delivers. There's a breaking ball swung on. This is lifted into deep center field. Giving chase is Castro. He's going to make the catch. Retreating back to the base is Watanabe, but he's not going to be able to tag in advance. So just a long fly ball out off the bat of Nishikawa for out number 2. And that is going to leave it up to the second baseman in Ryo Oda. Our friend Daily Dime in the house again. We welcome you. We're glad you're in the stream tonight. Joining us for the Fighters and the Buffaloes. I'd like to take credit for it, but I sure can't do it. But our good friend NGS said earlier, can you imagine if YouTube added live betting to the stream? The only problem is that we're getting the game on delay. I know from my own personal experience, when I give it to you guys here, StreamYard is about a 7-second delay. There's a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. But when I was at the game a couple of years ago, I saw the Lions and the Marines play in Chiba. And there was a good, solid 20-second delay from the game to my phone. I'd be watching the game on the phone, looking back at the highlights, and there was that much of a delay. So if you're going to do live betting, other than the fact that when you're at the game, they've got to be able to get it where the game is being live. Fastball misses inside, and the count goes to 1-1 on Oda. And she says, yeah, we do it pretty much all the time. I was hoping to get in 100 to 150 games this year, and unfortunately, that's not going to be the case. Right now, I think what did I look at the other day? I think I'm around 60, 66 for the year so far. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. Fastball swung on, driven into right field. Manami started in, he backs up, and he makes the catch. And that is going to retire Oda for the third out of the inning. I'll come back and talk about our schedule, especially over the next week. We are going to be on 5 more times in the next 7 days. Hopefully you guys will be there with us. No runs in the inning. There was a hit, the first one of the ball game for the Buffaloes. There was no errors and 1 runner left aboard. Your score, as we're now through 4 complete, It is the Fighters holding a 5-0 lead. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a few. Appreciate you for hanging in on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. We'll be back to give you more action when we return after this.
Tie-dye. Wonder where this fairy came from. She's from heaven. Heart size of the Amazon. Hand steady, hair long. Holding fire in her hands. She starts to dance.
Your score is 5-0 for the Fighters as we move to the top half of inning number 5. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a few with all the action. Welcome back, everybody. Yuki Nomura leads it off, and with the first pitch, he hits a ground ball to second, and that's a ground out 4-3. So 1 pitch and 1 away. That is going to bring up the left fielder in Yuya Gunji. We mentioned before, Gunji had 3 hits in last night's game before he departed. He has 2 hits here tonight, and his last at bat on Friday, he had a hit. So 6 consecutive bats with a hit. As he bats here from the right side, and the pitch on the way is a breaking ball that misses in, and the count is 1-0. The reliever is Ranku Katayama. He came on to retire Franmil Reyes for the 3rd out. Fastball misses up and away, and the count goes to 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes. I was talking a little bit about how we were doing the game, or the games this year. We're going to do the 3-game set, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, which would be Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, North American time. Fastball taken for a called strike, and the count goes to 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike. Gunji waiting. There's a fastball that rides up and in, and it's now 3-1 to him. So 3 balls and a strike. Right-hander Katayama ready to go again. Here comes the 3-1. Breaking ball, take it for a called strike. It now runs full to Gunji. So we are going to be on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, as I said, or Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, North American time. Those games will go at 10 o'clock Pacific or 1 a.m. Eastern. Again, we follow the Fighters a little bit more as they go to Fukuoka. And then next weekend, I think we're away from the Fighters finally. Breaking ball misses down. That's going to be ball 4. As Gunji's going to be aboard with a walk. That's going to be the 7th time in a row that he has reached base. And that's going to bring Naoki Arizona to the plate. So I was saying, looking at the other games, I believe the following weekend, which would be the weekend of the 22nd and the 23rd. It'll be the Hawks and the Buffaloes from the PayPay Dome. So we'll stay with the Hawks for 5 games in a row. They'll be streaking. And then we're going to go dark for a couple of weeks. So our friend Mag and Cheese was saying he's going to come in more frequently. Well, the 5 games that we have coming up, it'll be in Taiwan for a couple of weeks. So we won't be around to give you all the action. There's a fastball at the knees taken for a called strike. When we come back in September, it'll be a big-time run between there and the playoffs. So hopefully you'll be able to jump in with us. So no balls and 1 strike as the right-hander Katayama ready to go. He looks for a sign. He works to the set. And here comes the pitch. It is a breaking ball that misses upstairs, and the count goes to 1-1. Arizona's average is now up to 333, as pointed out by Samurai Prairie. Yeah, he's 1 for 2 tonight. Single and struck out looking. He scored a run. Entered the ball game hitting .327. Arizona has been pretty productive. As the pitch is a fastball that just misses, and the count now goes to 2-1 on Arizona. So 2 balls and a strike, 1 gone here in the inning. Buffaloes already into their bullpen as Satani's night came to an end early. Here comes the 2-1. Katayama instead does a snap throw over to first base, and diving back in time is the runner Gunji. Concerned about Gunji? I don't know. He doesn't have any stolen bases this year, but maybe this is the time to run it. 2 balls and a strike. Time to put the runner in motion. Keep yourself out of a double play. We'll see what happens here. Here comes the 2-1 pitch. Again, the right-hander Katayama working to the set. Pitch on the way, and it's a fastball that swung on and missed in the dirt. Looked like of a split finger variety. It runs the count to 2-2. We'll get a look at it again. It's exactly what it was. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Arizona extends the bat from his body, and he's waiting here on the offering from the right-hander Katayama. Uniforms are interesting. The white belts with these black pants and black jerseys for the Buffaloes. Pitch on the way. Fastball swung on. It's going to be looped into shallow right field. A nice decoy by Oda, but he was nowhere close to it. Gunji was looking at him, and he's going to have to hold it first or at second base. Base hit for Arizona, so his average continues to climb again. That puts runners at first and second with 1 gone, and it brings Rodolfo Castro to the plate. Well, for Castro, he has been a huge part of the offense tonight. Get the 2-run homer in the second inning. He was hit by a pitch and later scored a run in the 4th. So he has been all over the stat sheet offensively for the Fighters in this one. So he steps to the plate, but he's facing Katayama for the first time. As the right-hander works himself into the set, pitch on the way. Breaking ball down, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. It was quite the day today that we were talking about earlier, that player Joshua Baez had for the St. Louis Cardinals in Major League Baseball. 3 home runs in his first 3 big league at-bats. Split finger pitch swung on and missed. The count goes even to 1-1 on Castro. See some pretty amazing things in this sport. And that was definitely a first. Never seen that before. 3 homers in your first pro game. Didn't have that on the bingo card. Fastball swung on, grounded through the 6-hole into left field. And they're going to hold the runner Gunji at third. It's going to load the bases. So Castro on base for the 3rd time tonight. That's going to bring up the second baseman, Taiki Narama. So the Fighters looking to blow this game apart right here and right now. Still 0-0 in the bottom of the 5th inning. That game at the PayPay Dome between the Eagles and the Hawks. 1-0 Giants, bottom of the 4th inning against the Dragons at the Van Tillen Dome. We got a mound visit here as Katayama is getting a visit from Higa, the pitching coach. Katayama is now all set. They're discussing what they want to do. Last time, the infield in with nobody out, and it was the similar situation. Narama had hit a pop-up where a little looping, soft little liner over the head of the second baseman ended up dropping in for a hit. I was saying if they were playing a double play up, if they were halfway, that ball might have been caught. So he is 1 for 2 tonight. He's got a single in the 2 trips with the RBI. And the pitch on the way is a fastball that's grounded foul over on the third base side. Count quickly 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike. Daly says his under is not going to be good tonight. It's not looking like it, that's for sure. Again, they've got the infield in. They're not even a double play up the middle. I don't get it. Here's the pitch. Fastball misses down and away, and the count goes even to 1-1. And unless they don't think they can double up Narama, I don't know. Daily Time says he's going to cry to sleep. I haven't seen the Buffaloes play in a while, and I got to be honest with you, the lineup that they rolled out here tonight and the one they rolled out last night, I'm not sure where they're going to get their firepower from. There's a breaking ball that's swung on, and it's chopped foul right at home plate. Count 1-2 to Narama. Certainly isn't the Buffalo team when they had Yamamoto and Yoshida. You don't have the power options, are not on full display here. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. As the right-hander leans in and gets the side, he works himself into the set position. Here comes the 1-2. Pitch on the way. It is a breaking ball swung on. This ball is lifted into deep left field. Backing up onto the warning track. Should be deep enough to get a run in. Tagging at third is Gunji. He's going to come in to score. That's going to increase the score line to 6-0. Sacrifice fly off the bat in Narama, bringing home Gunji with run number 6. That's going to put 2 outs on the board here. Everybody else stays exactly where they're at as Arizona holds at second and Castro holds over at first. That's going to bring up the catcher in Yuya Shinto. So if everybody's biting their fingers for the 7.5 over-under, who would have thought it was going to come here in the first 5 innings of the game? If you had the over-under for the first 5, I would think that's already been blown apart with the over. And the first pitch on the way to Shinto is a fastball that misses up and in, and the count is quickly 1-0. Shinto 0 for 2. He has struck out and he has popped a short. Outside of Kobayashi, Nishikawa, and Mune and Oda, I got to admit, I don't know if I really like the lineup that they've rolled out here tonight, the Buffaloes. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. Fastball taken for a called strike, and the count now goes even to 1-1. And certainly the pitching hasn't done their part by any stretch. So 1 ball and 1 strike. As again, the right-hander ready to go. Kicks and delivers. A fastball swung on and chopped foul over on the third base side. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Again, the right-hander going to his mouth and wiping it off. We're ready to go again. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Shinto. As Katayama works himself into the set position. And the 1-2 on the way. Fastball off the outside corner. Katayama bounced off the mound like he thought it was going to be strike 3, but no way. NGS says that Orix has a 2% chance of winning this game now. Well, that's no fun. I could have got to bed earlier. This game here just taken forever to get through the first 4.5 innings. Pitch on the way. Fastball misses down. It's going to be 3-2. Well, the runners are going to be on the move here with 2 gone. Runner at second, Arizona. Runner at first, Castro. Shinto here. Yeah, Samurai Prayer pointing out all the players. And certainly the Buffaloes were merged with the Orix Blue Wave, which would have been that of Ichiro as that fastball swung on and fouled away. Count remains at 3-2. Eloy Perez in the house tonight, and he wants to talk soccer. Not so sure about that. Talking soccer in these parts could get you banned, Eloy, but it's great to have you with us. Here comes the 3-2. Pitch on the way. Fastball misses down and away. That's going to be ball 4, and Shinto's going to be aboard with a walk, and that's going to load the bases. And here we go again. It's going to bring Chusei Minami to the plate. And Minami tonight is 0 for 3. He's looking for a way to get out of become a slump buster, that is for sure. There you go. Now you have started the Spanish Armada here in the stream there, Eloy. I didn't see what the Tigers of Monterey did. Probably sounded like that they got beat up tonight. So Minami stepping in 0 for 3 tonight. He has popped to third, popped to first, and he is grounded out. Now he swings at the first pitch and he lifts it down the right field line, but it's just going to slice foul into the seats, and the count is quickly 0-1. And the Daily Dime says a base hit, and he loses his bet. Well, let's see what happens here. For the sake of competitiveness, I'm pulling for a base hit for the Buffaloes. They've only got one tonight. It's been all one-sided so far here in this one. Here's the 0-1. Fastball just missed down and away, and the count goes even at 1-1 to Minami. This is already the fourth trip Minami has come to the plate. 28 batters in the first 5 innings. They're going to send at least 40 hitters to the plate tonight, if not more. Here comes the 1-1. Split figure pitch misses down. It is now 2-1. NGS is looking for a couch to sleep on. Well, I think the Buffaloes are doing you dirty tonight. That is for certain. As we wait here on the offering from Katayama. Bases are full of fighters, and it's a fastball that misses inside. It's now 3-1. There's nowhere to put Minami. He's going to have to get a good pitch to hit here. So Katayama's got to stick something in the plate area here. Three balls and 1 strike. Buffaloes on their home turf. They're going to get torched 2 nights in a row. I guess we're about to find out. Here comes the 3-1 as the right-hander holds set. Now delivers. Fastball swung on, taken on 1 hop by Kirby-Ashi. He throws to second. It's going to be a fielder's choice. It is going to erase the runner Shinto 6-4. He's gone for the 3rd out of the inning, and that is going to do it here. So they salvage the outs. Well, now they're going to have to go to work, are the Buffaloes. They got 1 run in the inning on the benefit of 2 hits. There was no errors, and there were 3 runners left aboard. If something were to happen to the Fighters tonight and they lose this game, 7 runners left on base in the first 5, we can point to that. Have not had the chance to really put the foot on their throat to stop on them and take them right out. Your score as we move to the bottom of the 6th inning. It is a 6-0 ball game. Stay with us, everybody. I got to go get a new beverage. We got more action when we return.
Another day, another break in the promise was always a pattern of mine. It's the way that I learned that the game, it was only a matter of time. And I pray that I don't live to pay for it yet, but I'm willing to gamble on a bet. I'm willing to forgive and forget. Say one thing to me and another and swear it's over the bed.
Welcome back, everybody. We got Kotaro Kobayashi and then Ryoto Kita and Ryoma Yamanaka to come to bat here in inning number 5. As the right-hander kicks and delivers, there's a fastball swung on and grounded foul over on the third base side. Count 0-1 to Kobayashi. Kobayashi grounded to short his only trip to the plate. They are only one batter over the minimum tonight are the Buffaloes. Only one hit. It was Watanabe in the 4th. As the pitch on the way, it's change up the misses down. The count's 1-1. Bag and Cheese says he's in the hospital right now, so staying in touch means a lot. We appreciate you for hanging in. Any trip to the hospital is never a good time, and I'm sure you're not there for the food. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Fastball swung on and lifted foul into the seats down the right field line, and the count is 1-2. Any opportunity I get to stay away from the food in the hospital would probably put me into the hospital. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Kobayashi. Pitch on the way as a changeup that misses down. A good stop there by Shinto. It squirts away. The count is 2-2. The Daily Dime says, would it be a miracle? Well, I'll go back to NGS, who said he's never seen a team come from 6-0 down to win. That's a great question and a good trivia question. I'd have to think about that this year of when I've heard a team go down 6-bagel and come back and get a victory, especially against Arihara. What would be the odds? What would be the amount of money that you'd be able to return on that? As a breaking ball swung on it, is lifted into straightaway center field. Going back is Castro. He's on the warning track, and he makes the catch. And that's going to retire Kobayashi for the first out of the inning. Yeah, the Knicks coming back, but this isn't the Knicks. This is the Buffaloes facing Kohei Arihara in the Japanese League. And that is where the problem lies. In essence, a aging ace. NGS doesn't think that Orix is going to score a run in this game. That might be fact. They're having a hard time getting base runners, let alone getting somebody to run. Well, that might change right here. Fastball swung on, belted into deep right field. This ball could be trouble. And this ball is gone. And the Buffaloes are on the board. A solo shot off the bat of Ryoto Kita. And that is going to be open up their account. A solo shot to get them on the board. Kita rounds the bases. And it is now a 6-1 ball game. As Kita is all the way around to score. Johnny P9er says he played with Brad Eldred. Brad Eldred, if I remember correctly, was in the Detroit Tigers organization. I'd have to do a double check on that one. And Brad Eldred in particular, if I remember correctly, he's got a lot of minor league home runs. There's a breaking ball that misses inside, and the count is quickly 1-0. And in fairness to Eldred, and I say this often about players, sometimes guys are too good for the minors, but not good enough to play in the big leagues. There's a fastball swung on and grounded foul over on the first base side. And a guy like Eldred, much like Brandon Laird, or players of that type of caliber, I think of other players in the Japanese League, Americans that have gone over. Interesting. He must have played at FIU after Turtle or before Turtle Thomas took over. That pitch misses down and in. The count is 2-1. I think Turtle was at Florida International probably about maybe 15 years ago. Here comes the 2-1 pitch. On the way, it is a fastball swung on, lined over the head of the first baseman into right field. It's going to get into the corner. Rounding first and heading to second is Yamanaka, and the throw comes in, not in time. It's going to be a stand-up double, so maybe the Buffaloes have found their bats here all of a sudden, as we have a 6-1 ball game. Johnny says Price and Kelvy. Don't know those guys. But FIU has had produced some decent players over the years. Danny Price sounds familiar. So Yamanaka, the runner at second, it is going to bring Yusuke Mugatani to the plate. And GS says comeback season. Well, I don't know, but we're going to speak it into existence tonight. Can you imagine that? As the right-hander ready to go again, pitches. It's a changeup taken for a called strike. The count is 0-1 to Mugatani. Mugatani 0 for 1 tonight. He's grounded to second, his only trip to the plate. I don't know what conference that FIU is in with. I'm trying to think off the top. They're not in with Coastal Carolina, are they? Or are they too far up the coast? Here's the 0-1. Change up, swung on and missed. Oh, that was a nice pitch by Arihara. Interesting. As Johnny's given us some information there. There's the 0-2 pitch. Used to be in the Sun Belt, yeah. Pitch on the way, fastball misses down and away, and the count goes to 1-2. Be a question that would be of interest. FIU baseball, Florida International. I think they're the Panthers, if I'm not mistaken. They do have a new head coach in Juan Alvarez. Here comes the 1-2 pitch as Mugatani waits on the offering here from Arihara, who works himself set. Pitch on the way, and it is a fastball that misses down. It's now 2-2. Good stop there by Shinto. Other part that I wonder with that is specifically FIU. FIU was a below 500 team last year. Not an easy schedule either. They played Villanova, Holy Cross, played number 10 Florida, who was in the SEC, Stony Brook and Boston College. I'm just looking for their conference teams. As the right-hander works, I think they're in Conference USA. That's what it looks like. As that pitch misses down, it's now 3-2. So teams in Conference USA would be like Western Kentucky. I think that's the Hilltoppers, Sam Houston State, Liberty, Louisiana Tech, Kennesaw State, Jacksonville State. Who's DBU? Dallas Baptist, I believe. DBU, of course, used to be an NAIA school back in the day. They were always pretty good. Delaware, I don't know what Delaware's got these days. Middle Tennessee and New Mexico State. So there you have it. Pitches down, and that is going to be ball 4. Mugatani's going to be aboard. He's got himself a walk. It's going to bring up Ryo Ishikawa to the plate. Johnny says West Virginia was great this year. There was a kid from out this way who was their third baseman. And boy, did he go off in the World Series. Tyrus Hall, he was batting 9th for them. He had, I think, a couple of home runs. Had an absolutely legendary World Series performance, batting in the 9-hole. And you get that sometimes. Sometimes teams will go and they have absolutely, somebody plays all year long and they're kind of okay. And then that one guy steps up when the lights go on, and things will be talked about for years. Well, runners at first and second with one gone. It's going to bring Ishikawa to the plate, or is it? Ishikawa, is this going to be it? No, they're going to have a pinch hitter for Ishikawa. So that ought to tell you right there that the Buffaloes, I think they can get back into this one. This is Shota Hiranuma. So Shota Hiranuma into pinch hit. And the first pitch, fastball swung on and popped up. And the infield fly is in effect. And that is going to retire Hiranuma for the second out of the inning. And that'll bring up the top of the order in Yuma Mune. So squandered opportunity. Bring him into pinch hit. He can't do the job. Pops it up. Gone for out number 2, and Mune coming to the plate. Yeah, Johnny says that FIU gets the leftovers that don't go to Miami. friend Samurai Purr says that Eldred might be one of the best foreign players ever for the Carp. Yeah, probably all the non-Carp fans would remember thanking everybody that he's leaving. Yeah, I think Eldred was like 6'5", 6'6", 6'7". He was something. He was huge. Did Eldred have a trip with Milwaukee too? There's a changeup taken for a called strike. Just trying to think about his game. Can't remember if Eldred was a Brewer or not. So no balls and one strike as Arihara again leaning in, getting the sign from his catcher. Works himself to the belt, now delivers. Changeup swung on, lined into right field. It's going to get down for a base hit. This is going to get a run in. Manami picks it up. He fires it in. Rounding third and heading home with the second run of the inning is Yamanaka. So an RBI single off the bat of Mune. So don't go away, everybody. This game here has all of a sudden got a weird tone to it, as Yamanaka comes in to score the second run of the inning. And Arihara, all of a sudden, who looked unhittable, has now given up, in this inning here, 3 hits. So the Buffalo crowd has come to life. Unfortunately for our friend the Daily Dime, there goes your 7.5. You can put that one in the books, so to speak. Arihara now up to 61 pitches. And to consider the first 3 innings, he only threw 25. It's been a bit of a haul here in the last couple innings. So it's slated to bring up Ryo Watanabe. And just as a reminder, after this half inning, we like to call it Japanese halftime, as the halftime is about a 5-minute break, and that gives us a chance to refresh our beverage, get some throat lozenges, stretch our legs, and come back and give you guys the back end of the game, which is now starting to be interesting. Yeah, Johnny says he would survive in this one where strikeouts now become acceptable for hitters. I agree. Fastball swung on, belted into deep right field. This ball could be trouble. Back on the track and making the catch over the shoulder is Manami. Oh boy, Watanabe put it into a charge. That would have been his 4th bomb of the year had that one left the yard, but it fell a little bit short. He's gone for out number 3. 2 runs in the inning on the benefit of 3 hits. There was no errors, and there was 2 runners left the board. Your score is we are now through 5 complete. It is a 6-2 ball game. Stay with us, everybody. We now have some interest as the Buffaloes will look to come back in this one. Your score as we move to the 6-2. Remember, it's a 5-minute break. We'll talk in just a couple of minutes. Johnny, I'll give you some information when we come back. I was talking about this earlier in the stream. TJ Stats. Go check it out. TJ Stats, I believe, .ca. It's something you guys might want to have a peek at. While I'm gone, we'll come back, but it does major league and minor league players. And I was perusing through it earlier today. It might be worth the look-see. Put it on loop. We'll come back in just a few with all the action. Everybody, 6-2 for the Fighters as we move to the 6th.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste. Hey, I hope you guys have been enjoying the game. My name is Hollis. I've got a YouTube channel called Another Hollis Build. I love baseball cards. I open up brand new product for you guys. I open up old stuff. I do breaks. I do auctions. All kinds of stuff concerning baseball. I'm Friars faithful, Padres to the end. I also love Garbage Pail Kids and my animals. I have a ton of animals. It's like a mini petting zoo here around my house. I also love my city. San Diego, baby. I'll take you all around the city and show you what's up. If you guys dig stuff like that, cruise on over and check it out. It's Another Hollis Build. If you dig it, subscribe. I'd really appreciate to have more follow me along on the journey. Hey, either way, you guys have a wonderful day or a beautiful, beautiful evening. No matter which one it is, make sure that you make it great, my friends. Big up Last Raps Baseball. Yeah, Freddie, let's go. One love and peace. Yeah, man.
Welcome back, everybody. It is still the halftime, as we like to call it. We'll be back with the call in just a couple of moments. Top of the sixth inning is around the corner. 6-2 for the Fighters. Buffaloes are trying to claw their way back into this one. We'll be right back in just a few. Welcome back, everybody. Our friend Johnny was making a comment, and he said he is amazed at how few 300 hitters there are. We were talking about that a little earlier in the stream. We were saying that there was only 2 300 hitters right now in the Pacific League. It would be Kensuke Kondo and Franmil Reyes. We do have a pitching change, as we saw this pitcher last night for the Buffaloes. It is number 94. And that is going to be Kento Kawase, as he is coming in here. He'll be the third pitcher used tonight by the Buffaloes. So Kento Kawase on in relief of Reiku Kadiyama. And only 2 players in the Pacific League are hitting 300 or better. In the Central League, it's even worse. There's only 1 guy, and that would be Teraki Sato, who's hitting 313 for the Tigers. Breaking ball swung on it, is popped up into shallow center field, coming in, and now being called off as, interesting, the left fielder. That would be Watanabe, who makes the catch. So Mizuno with 1 pitch is gone on 1 up and 1 away. I'll bring up the DH and Franmil Reyes. So when you think about the batters, and I know I was talking about this yesterday with one of the minor league players here. We were having this conversation. We're saying the emphasis is just on the on-base percentage, and I agree with that. And on-base plus slugging. Fastball swung on, lifted into deep right center field. Moving back, that one leave the yard? Yeah, it did. Franmil Reyes didn't even know it left the yard. And he's got himself his 25th homer of the year, a solo shot. So the Fighters answer right back with a home run here off the bat of Reyes as he goes to the opposite field. Couldn't tell if it was gone or not. He goes all the way around. He was halfway between first and second. I thought he was going to do his Taylor Trammell impersonation. For those of you who didn't see that a couple of weeks ago, Taylor Trammell did a trip around the bases, but the ball was caught. He did all his dance moves and everything else. There's a first pitch fastball delivered to Yuki Namura. It's taken for a called strike. I can't wait for Yuya Gunji to come up next. Gunji follows. He's been on base 7 times in a row. As that pitch misses down, the count now goes to 1-1. As the pitch is on the way, it's a breaking ball that catches the outside corner, and the count goes to 1-2. Yeah, our friend Johnny says there's so much fascination with changing the game. The mound, next thing you know, who knows? As that pitch misses and the count now goes to 2-2 on Nomura. It's in some ways I can see why like the Savannah Bananas have a following. Like I couldn't care less. You're not going to get $20 out of my wallet or 50 or whatever it is to go see the Savannah Bananas. Breaking ball misses down. It's now 3-2. And yet some people love it. They flock. It's baseball with a theme. It's like going to a carnival. And I'm not, I guess if it attracts people to the game eventually, great. There's a ball hit on one hop, taken on the backhand by Kobayashi. He throws to first, and Nomura is going to be retired. Oh, a nice play by Kobayashi. Ground out 6-3 for the second out of the inning. He's going to leave it up to the left fielder in Yuya Gunji. Widening the bases. And then the next thing is they got all these little nuances that Major League Baseball is playing with. The umpires, the ABS system. First pitch pass ball swung on, lifted into left field. Camping out underneath it is Watanabe. Got to make the catch. And so Gunji's streak of getting on base 7 times in a row is over. He's gone for the third out of the inning. 1-run inning on the home run by Franmil Reyes. 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left the board. Over to the bottom of the 6th inning. It is now a 7-2 game. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a few. Our friend Johnny says, one cool thing is fans can catch the ball for an out. Well, you know what? In 1867, they never called the fans. They called them cranks. And when a crank caught a ball, there too, all they had to do is catch it and flip it to a player. And that would also result in an out as well. 1867 rules. What a great time to have lived. But they wouldn't have been having anything to do with YouTube. We'll be back in just a few right after this.
We keep on moving. We keep on moving along. We keep on rolling. No, we ain't slowing it down. We keep on moving. We keep on moving along. We keep on rolling. Yeah. No, we ain't slowing it down. Let's go.
We ain't slowing down, baby, come and show me how. Gotta do it right now, you know you gotta hold me down. Can I let the moment pass? Good things, they never last. Pull up in the whip, you know I had to hit the gas. Yeah, that's premium.
Hello, this is Eric Fox, formerly of the Oakland A's and Texas Rangers baseball teams. If you want to learn about Japanese baseball, see Coach Fred of Last Raps Baseball. If you want baseball instruction, see Coach Fred. If you want to learn about golf, do not go to Coach Fred. Fred, what kind of club is this?
At Last Raps Baseball, we know baseball.
Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be the bottom of the 6th inning. It means Ryoma Nishikawa, Ryo Oda, and Kentaro Kobayashi coming to the plate as Kohei Arihara will start his 6th inning of work. 62 pitches through 5 innings, and most of them have come in the last couple as the right-hander kicks and delivers a fastball that misses up and away, and the count is quickly 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. 7-2 lead for the Fighters. We were talking in the last half inning of how the game they're trying to change the game, reinventing the wheel in such ways as there's a breaking ball taken for a called strike. The count goes to 1-1 on Nishikawa. And I certainly agree that I think that the game in its purest form, there's arguments say that we want to try to attract new fans. And I could understand that, but how do you attract new fans? As that ball was fouled away, 1-2. There was a saying people would say, well, we want to make the game fun. Baseball is fun. If you were a soccer player or a hockey player, the game is fun for the reason of what it is. So you don't have to turn it into a carnival-like atmosphere. I never quite understood that logic. We want to make the game fun. Oh, okay, great. Well, isn't it fun already? For some people, there's just a patience or lack of patience when it comes to the sport of baseball that they can't just sit there and enjoy the game. Fastball swung on and fouled away. Nishikawa's having a problem with his elbow. He reached to the elbow guard. I don't know if it was the vibration of the bat. So 1 ball and 2 strikes it is. Looking back over at the scores from around the NPB tonight. Still a 1-0 game. Giants have that lead over the Dragons. That is in the bottom of the 6th inning. Fastball swung on and fouled away, and the count remains at 1-2 to Nishikawa. And it is a 5-0 lead now for the Hawks over the Eagles. That's in the bottom of the 6th at the PayPay Dome. So that game is pretty much about the same pace that we are at. So Nishikawa in the hole at 1-2 here. Arihara ready to go again. It's been a bit of a battle. He's fouled off a couple pitches. This is number 6 of the at-bat. It's a split finger pitch, swung on, grounded over to short, fielded neatly by Mizuno. He's going to throw to first. It's a ground out 6-3 to retire Nishikawa for the first out of the inning. So 1 up and 1 away. And that is going to bring Ryo Oda to the plate. Daily Dime says, I lost both bets because how the heck does a team score 5 runs in the bottom of the 6th inning? Ouch. Yeah, that'll do it to you. Not able to stop the bleeding. I didn't look to see who the starter in that game was tonight for the Golden Eagles. As the pitch on the way, fastball swung on and lifted foul down the right field line. I would have been hard-pressed to see the Hawks. Yeah, it's kind of like, Johnny was saying they want to see action. It's like, soccer widening the goals or hockey widening the nets, because you want to see more goals. No, I don't need to see more goals. I'd rather see the goals earned. I'd rather see 3-2. If you want to see goals and points, go watch basketball. Fastball misses inside. The count is 1-1. Basketball, the score. What's the final score? It was 113 to 111. Sweet. As many points as you want right there. I remember Alex Ochoa. World Series with the Angels. That I don't remember, as there's a changeup that Oda tried to check his swing on but couldn't. The count goes to 1-2. Baseball is a grind. That would be the understatement. Baseball is also not for the weak. The mentally weak or the physically weak. People think that this is a easy sport to play. The guys who play on TV make the sport look easy. Here's the 1-2 pitch. And as the fastball swung on, it's chopped over the right side. Coming off of the base to field it is the first baseman, Namura. He's got an underhand flip to the pitcher covering. It's going to go down as a ground out 3-1 for the second out. And that's going to bring Kentaro Kobayashi up to the plate. Johnny says, analytics has ruined baseball, and it's all because of the gambling. That's a mouthful. I'm not sure that I would link those two together. I would say analytics has changed the lens in which people will look at the game. I'm looking at my bookshelf, and I haven't read the whole thing. I read parts of it. If you want to go back to the early days of analytics, there's a changeup swung on. It's grounded in deep into the 6 hole. Mizuno fields it. He throws over to first, and they're going to get Kobayashi by a half a step. What a play there by Mizuno. Ground out 6-3 to end the inning here as the Buffaloes go quietly and in order. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left to base. I'm going to come back and I'm going to talk a little bit about the beginnings of baseball analytics. And it goes back to Earnshaw Cook back in the 50s. We'll come back and talk about that in just a few. We're through 6 complete. 2/3 of the game is in the books. The Fighters have a 7-2 lead over the Buffaloes. Glad you guys can make it in. Who knew that we were going to be talking about analytics and Earnshaw Cook? And Percentage Baseball is the title of it. You can only get it at MIT Press. Go check it out. We'll be back and talk about it in just a few.
Well, if you need a hand
Well, you've got to have an ace in the hole, a little secret that nobody knows. Life is a gamble, a game we all play, but you've got to save something for a rainy day. You've got to learn to play your cards right if you expect to win in life. Don't put it all on the line for just one roll. You've got to have an ace in the hole.
Welcome back, everybody. We are moving to the seventh inning, and the top of it, it'll be coming to bat for the Fighters, Arizona, Castro, and Narama, who've done a lot of damage in this game for the Fighters Ball Club. They've accounted for scoring 3 of the 7 runs. As the first pitch delivered to Arizona is missing for a ball, count is quickly 1-0. Arizona 2 for 3 tonight. He's got 2 singles, and he is struck out looking. Friend Johnny, in the last half inning, had raised a couple of topics. There's a fastball that's swung on and missed. The count goes to 1-1 on Arizona. Analytics has been around for quite a while, and there's a split finger pitch misses down. Everybody talks about Bill James. As I said, go back before Bill James. You have the Earnshaw Cook percentage baseball back in the 50s, and they were looking at things from different perspectives, like, for example, like what counts would be best to run hit and runs, when should you steal, those type of things. Of course, the analytics have gone to a whole other measure with these, I guess, nerds that have come into the game as that pitch misses for a ball. 3-1 to Arizona. Analytics are there for that. They are to help give you some guidance. There's a fastball misses outside. And that part I can appreciate. Like, for example, we've always had spray charts. You always take a look at that. You always get a chance to see where the ball's going, how you're going to defend somebody. There's always that type of information of where you can look at things. But that being said, when you look at some of these things, you use the analytics as a guide. And to your point, you have to have some instinct, you have to have some gut, because when you're in the dugout, how's the guy feel today? Maybe he's got a headache. Maybe he's got jock itch. Who knows? I don't know what his problem is. Maybe his wife left him for his, for the mailman. There's a fastball at the knees taken for a called strike. The guy's mentally not there. You're going to have to say, we're going to have to pinch hit for this guy because the guy's girlfriend broke up with him before the game, and he's in tears. He's in tattered. He's in pieces. But the fact that the general managers are making the batting lineup these days, as that breaking ball misses upstairs, counters 1-1. From what I understand, it's like every team, the general managers send the lineup down to the people before the game, and that's how they get their lineups to the managers. It's crazy. So if you want to manage the team, come in the dugout. There's a fastball swung on. It's belted down the left field line, but it's going to hook into the seats foul. Counts 1-2 to Castro. Castro's had a great day today. He's 2 for 2, and he's been hit by a pitch. He's got a home run, a single. He's scored a pair, and he's driven in a pair. Yeah, putting your best hitter to lead off, I don't get it. And I'm going to take it to this point. I saw an interview with Kenny Lofton a few years ago. And they were talking about it, and they said, you got Kenny Lofton was asking the question, why is Ohtani or Schwarber leading off? They're only worth 1 run. They're worth 1 run. Fastball misses outside. Count goes to 2-2 on Castro. Let's say if I was making the Dodger lineup, I'm not saying this is the lineup I would roll out. This is off the top of my head, but Mookie Betts leading off in that lineup. Batting second, maybe it's Kyle Tucker. Hitting third, I don't know, maybe Freddie Freeman. Problem is you got righty, lefty, and if you bring Shohei, it's another lefty. There's 3 lefties in a row. So that breaking ball is taken for a called third strike. Oh, boy. Castro didn't like that call. I'm not sure I did either. He's gone for the first out of the inning. But that being said, you got to figure if Ohtani is hitting cleanup, and that's your batting order, how would you like Ohtani coming to the plate with 2 runners on? Well, if Ohtani's hitting leadoff, who's hitting in front of him? The 8 and 9 hitters. So when you think of the Dodgers, what does that look like? Their second baseman, Tommy Edman. Maybe it's, whoever's catching now that Rushing and Smith are out of the lineup. And how often are those guys on base? There's a fastball that misses inside, and the count now goes to 1-0 on Narama. So that part to me doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Daly says Freeman is such a good first baseman. So, when you're thinking about the game in those respects, I don't get it. 1 ball and no strikes to Narama. The runner at first is Arizona. 1 gone here in the inning. As the right-hander kicks and delivers, it's a breaking ball missing down, and the count now goes to 2-0 on Narama. Yeah, and it's true. He does get more at-bats in the year. There's no doubt about it. The question is do you want the more at-bats, or do you want him to have productive at-bats with people on? So I don't agree with that logic either. I'll use an example. The Dodgers had picked up Esteury Ruiz. There's a fastball swung on. It's grounded through the 4-hole into right field. And stopping at second is Arizona. And Narama, another base hit single. And the bottom part of the order continues to do damage here. This could bring Yuya Shinto to the plate. Yeah, Johnny says, I want RBIs. Yeah, I want to drive people in too. And let me ask you this. Like, if you've got ducks on the pond, who do you want up to bat? Do you want Shohei? Do you want Freddie Freeman? Or do you want Max Muncy? Not to take anything away from Max Muncy, but he's not in the caliber of those other 2 guys. I want clutch hitters. I want somebody up at the plate who's going to be able to drive the runs in. And good on Andy Pages early in the year for being able to drive in runs, but he's fallen off quite a bit. Here comes the first offering to Shinto. It's a breaking ball missing up. Counts 1-0. Yeah, Teoscar Hernandez could be another one. Sorry, I said in 3 spot, but I look at that lineup for the Dodgers, and you got so many options in that top 5 or 6 spots. Certainly not Shohei leading off. They called that pitch a strike to Shinto. Interesting. They got it to 0-1. I had that pitch. I must have missed the slow hand of the umpire. I'll hang in for that one, and that ball misses. Now it's 1 ball and 1 strike to Shinto. We'll have to create a separate stream and lament on all the things that we don't like about baseball that they're doing to our beautiful game. It could be a long time chat. 1 ball, 1 strike it is. As the right-hander again kicks and delivers, it's a breaking ball. And that's taken for a called strike. Slow hand again from the umpire. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Shinto. Shinto tonight is 0 for 2, and he's also not himself a walk, but it's not been one of those things. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Mag and Cheese says the Dodgers have ruined it. Not so sure about that. Fastball swung on and bounced foul over on the third base side. I look at it this way. I say the Dodgers are competing. I threw this out in one of the streams about a month ago, and I said, at what point in time are some major league owners going to get together, like the Yankees, the Dodgers, the teams that like to spend their money, the Mets, the Phillies, I got to say the Angels, even though Artie Moreno's got some other issues with that team, he does spend money, doesn't spend it wisely. Add in another 5 more teams, take 10 teams. Fastball swung on and fouled away, count 1 and 2. And they turn to Major League Baseball and they say, you know what, we're leaving. We're going to do like the golf, the live, we're going to create our own league. And we're going to spend and we're going to do what we want. Oh, the Blue Jays would be in there too because they spend money. As far as I'm concerned, that's what I would be looking at. I was saying, you know what? This is how we're going to operate. This is what we're going to do. We're going to leave Major League Baseball. We're going to create our own 10-team league. Cubs, there's another team, Red Sox. because we don't want to be associated with the Oaklands of the world or the Colorados of the world or the Miami and the Tampas of the world. Split figure pitch swung on and fouled into the seats on the first base side. Count remains at 1-2 to Shinto. And so they create their own 10-team league, and the other ones go, they're off in their own direction. Yeah, so kind of like what the American League and the National League, or maybe it was the Pacific League years ago, or I forget what the one was back in the 1900s, early 1900s, where they split and became their own leagues. And they're going to say, we're going to take 10, we're going to go here, and then on top of it, we're going to come and raid your players because we're going to pay them. Fastball swung on, lifted into right field. It's going to get down for a base hit. Arizona rounding third. He's going to score. And safely over at third is Narama. It's a single for Shinto. It's going to increase the scoreline to 8-2. This game is starting to have an eerie feel of last night all over again. So Shinto gets himself an RBI, and that is now an 8-2 lead. Yeah, Johnny P9er says that Schmaltz had that idea. Yeah, I mean, at what point in time? Here's another thing, too, is they're talking about expansion again. It looks like we're going to have a pitching change as Kawase's night is going to be done as Kashida is coming in to take him out of the game. As he heads off, it'll be the top of the order, Miami coming up with 1 out and runners on the corners. Stay with us, everybody. I'll come back. I'll collect my thoughts, and we'll continue on this conversation about what they should do in Major League Baseball, or maybe what could happen in Major League Baseball if they did something like this. Stay with us, everybody. The Buffaloes they're getting skewered right now. We'll be back in just a few to tell you about more of the action when we return. Welcome back, everybody. It is a pitching change here as the Buffaloes have gone back to their bullpen. We'll get you caught up on that in just a couple of moments as they have got themselves a right-hander into the ball game. I think it's pretty much looks like this is Shota Abe who pitched in last night's game. So the Buffaloes going back to some of their relievers from yesterday. It didn't work out too good last night. Well, it's not shaping up very good here tonight. As Abe on in relief, he'll be facing the top of the order in Chusei Miami with runners on the corners and 1 gone. Talking a little bit about, maybe what Major League Baseball should do or what is going on. The Screaming Chicken is back in the house tonight. We appreciate you. We were wondering where you were at. Thanks for popping in. So that's the way it should be. Brings Chusei Miami to the plate. I always say if you're going to put money down on anything, you should only bet what you can afford. And if you can't afford to bet, and play for peanuts, literally the food. Well, here comes Abe on in relief as he's getting ready to face Miami. Right-hander holds at the belt. Here comes the pitch. Fastball swung on, popped up over in shallow right field. Moving back on it is Oda, the second baseman. He's underneath it. He makes the catch. Tagging at third and retreating is Narama as the throw comes back in. And that is going to retire Manami for the second out of the inning, and that's going to bring up the shortstop in Tatsuki Mizuno. Screaming Chicken says he bets to afford what he can't afford. There you go. I hear you on that one. So brings Mizuno to the plate. Mizuno tonight is officially 1 for 3. He's got a double and 3 trips and a walk. Mizuno digs himself in, batting .286 on the year with the 10 homers and 43 runs batted in. Does also have a stolen base to his name here tonight. Kohei Arihara has pitched very well tonight. I'm curious to see if they're going to bring him back out again. And the pitch on the way is a fastball swung on. It's grounded through the 4-hole into right field. That's going to be a base hit. And in to score comes another run here for the Fighters. RBI single off the bat of Mizuno. As that is going to cash in Taiki Narama from third. Shinto is going to stop at second. The hit parade continues for the Fighters. Double-digit hit totals again tonight. They can swing the bats, and that is going to bring Franmil Reyes to the plate with 2 on and 2 out. A 9-2 lead here. Screaming Chicken says, what other sports or teams are you keeping up with nowadays? Well, the Tigers in the Major League Baseball, we follow those. Also follow the Blue Jays out of necessity. As the pitch ready to come to Reyes. On its way, fastball swung on, popped up over on the first base side. It's playable. Camping out underneath it is Yamanaka. He's there to make the catch, and that is going to retire Reyes for the third out of the inning. And that is going to do it here. 2 runs in the inning on the benefit of 3 hits. There was no errors, and there were 2 runners left aboard. Your score as we move now to the bottom of the 7th. It is a 9-2 scoreline, but hang tight, everybody. We'll be back in just a couple of moments. Appreciate you guys for listening on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. It is Take Me Out to the Ball Game, Japanese style. Arihara, it is going to be the reliever, the Taiwanese right-hander Yi Lai-sun, making his 10th appearance of the year. He has posted a ERA of 2.6. He appeared in last night's ball game We do have some defensive changes as well. Hosokawa is into right field. And we do have a new shortstop as well. Looks like it's Daigo Kawabata, as Mizuno's date will be done. So lots of movement around here as the right-hander Eli's son ready to go to work. The first pitch on the way, fastball misses inside. And I got to tell you, I like the looks of Sun here. He has a power arm. Just a youngster, only 21 years of age. Taiwanese are producing some ball players right now. There's a fastball swung on and lifted foul into the seats over on the third base side. 1 ball and 1 strike it is. I was having this conversation again yesterday, and I was talking about the Taiwanese players and the Asian players in general. And some of them peak physically early. Look at it, why is it that Chinese Taipei constantly wins the Little League World Series? As that fastball swung on and fouled away, and the count now goes to 1-2. Or you look at Japan has been there in the finals, and you look at the Koreans have had teams in years. And why? Just they physically become mature quicker. And they reach their physical peak sometimes at 14, 15 years old, maybe even younger. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Fastball swung on and missed, and the count, or that is going to retire Kita. He's gone on strikes for the first out of the inning. But they can still play. They can still play the game, but their upside potential sometimes isn't as great. But then you look at the anomalies. You look at the Shohei Otanis of the world, and you look at the Okamotos and some of these other guys. Some big dudes that they can also produce as well. I wonder how many players of yesteryear would be able to play in the major leagues with the physical size that we see today. Pitch misses down to Yamanaka. 1 ball and no strikes. Yamanaka doubled his last time up. He's 1 for 2 tonight, hitting .292 on the year. A couple of homers, 21 RBIs. Pitch on the way, fastball swung on and fouled away, and the count goes even to 1-1. But certainly the Taiwanese league is a 6-team league in Taiwan. An opportunity last year to catch 3 different games in 3 different parks. As the right-hander rocks into the motion and delivers, there's a fastball that bounces up to the plate, and the count now goes to 2-1 on Yamanaka. So 2 balls and 1 strike. Sun ready to go again. As he rocks himself into the delivery, he kicks and fires. Fastball, this is lifted down the left field line, but it's going to slice into the seats foul, and now it's going to run the count even at 2-2. So our friend in the last half inning, the Screaming Chicken, says, what other sports are you keeping tabs on? Well, the NFL preseason's underway, but I really haven't paid much attention to it. I usually start looking in right before the season starts these days. NBA is still a ways away. National Hockey League ways away. Soccer gets going in the English Premier League. I'll kind of half look at some of that stuff as that ball is fouled away and the count remains at 2-2. I didn't see if it was this weekend that the EPL got going. Usually it's with the World Cup, it changed the time of the year. I think it's next week that it all gets going. There's a fastball swung on and lifted foul into the seats over on the third base side. The Community Shield is something that gets going early over in England. That's I think the FA Cup champs play the league champs. Fastball swung on, lifted into left field, moving over underneath it with plenty of room to make the catch. As that is Gunji, and that is going to retire Yamanaka for the second out of the inning. So 2 gone. It's going to leave it all up to the center fielder in Yusuke Mugatani. So I haven't really paid a whole lot of attention to some of those things. As far as individuals or those type of things, well, I have to say, looking at certain players or individual players, I know Pete Crow Armstrong's name came up. Who's going to win the MVP this year? Changeup's taken for a called strike. Count as 0-1 to Mugatani. Tanny 0 for 1 and a walk tonight. Pitch on the way, fastball swung on, chopped over to first. Fielded neatly by the first baseman, Namuri. Underhand flips to the pitcher covering. It's going to go down as a ground out 3-1 for out number 3. And that is going to do it here for the Buffaloes in their half of the inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left the board. Your score as we move to the top half of inning number 8, it is the Fighters with a 9-2 lead over the Buffaloes. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back with the call in just a couple moments. I'll come back and talk about the Screaming Chicken in just a couple of moments. We appreciate you guys for hanging in here with us on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. More action when we return after this. Stay with us, everybody.
Do you hear that? My sanity about to break while everyone I know's out. On a trip, on a boat, on a lake. I'm tired of feeling all FOMO, babe. I don't even care if we stay home. Put our to-do list on ice. We crank the AC to 79 and make
Our friend Johnny says, is George Steinbrenner rolling in his grave? Well, if you watched how Helio Ramos round out a ground ball this weekend, he's probably rolled over a couple of times. We'll be back in just a few with all the action. But boy, it is tough to watch sometimes what is going on in professional baseball. I'll be back after this. Welcome back, everybody. It is Kitaro Kiyomiya stepping in to hit for Yuki Nomura as he is batting here to lead off the 8th inning. Shota Abe back in for another inning of work as the pitch is a fastball missing down and the count is 1-0. Kiyomiya has really struggled this season. He started off pretty good, but his average has slipped. A friend earlier, Johnny, was saying about batting averages. Batting averages to me are important, but I've always valued on-base percentage at a different level than the batting average as that fastball takes the outside corner. Where I was heading with it is the on-base plus slugging. That is a statistic a lot of teams are looking where they value OPS as that fastball swung through and missed. And I think where it leaves out is players like Esteury Ruiz, who steals bases. Well, I use Ruiz as an example. His batting average, or his on-base percentage and his batting average were probably, his batting average and slugging percentage were probably the same. Fastball swung on and grounded into right field for a base hit. Not a lot of extra base hits out of Ruiz, but when he could get on base, it was like a double because he would steal second base. He had that 70-plus stolen base year with the A's that one year. I use him as the example, but guys who maybe don't have a lot of pop in the stick, but they can get around the base paths. How much more valuable are they to the team than somebody who doesn't have any pop in the stick? So let's see what we got here. We've got another pinch hitter at the plate. It looks like we do. This is number 61. Yeah, 61 is Yuma Imagawa as he comes to bat here for Yuya Gunji. So Yuma Imagawa into pinch hit. The benches are being cleared here by the big boss. Fastball swung on and fouled away. So Imagawa in the hole quickly at 0-1. Season batting average, pretty simple. It is zeros across the board. So like, for example, walks. As our friend Johnny says, yeah, leadoff walks are killers. You walk a guy and then he steals second. already in scoring position. There's a split figure pitch missing down. It counts even at 1-1. So I think the stolen bases are, at least in my mind, are just as important as somebody who maybe would hit doubles. You get 70 stolen bases in a year, probably 60 of those are stealing second, maybe not necessarily third. Get yourself into scoring position. Fastball misses inside, and the count now goes to 2-1. So 2 balls and a strike. Now, the one positive, we were talking about the negatives of gambling and some of the drawbacks. I'll say this, there is a positive of the gambling, and that would be, at least in my opinion, is keeps people engaged in the game right to the finish. I mean, you got a 10-2 game. People are still hanging around for the 8th and 9th innings because maybe they were watching for something. There's a fastball swung and belted into deep left field. This could be trouble. And the first hit of the year for Imanaga is going to be lifted into the third deck. He's got a solo home run. Oh, boy, check that. It's a 2-run homer because in front of him is Kentaro Kiyomiya. It's going to make the score line 11-2. So Kiyomiya crosses the plate and Imagawa in after. Absolute blast, and no doubter. That's a good way to announce your first hit of the year. So Yuma Imagawa with a 2-run blast. That'll be something he could tell his grandkids in another 50 years. So Imagawa gets some high fives all around the dugout, and the big boss looks like a genius for putting him into pinch hit. That's going to bring up to the plate Yoki Arizono. The first pitch to Arizona is a fastball that misses down and in, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. Yeah, 11-2. If you took the under in this one, you probably were handcuffed early. There's a fastball missing in. Count goes to 2-0. The way the Fighters are swinging the bat, I have a feeling we still may see a couple more runs. 11-2 lead here. So Daily Dime says, ever since he started to gamble, all he does is watch sports. There's a fastball that misses inside. Count goes to 3-0. And so, as I said, whether the game is out of hand or not, it's keeping the people engaged. So that part there, I can actually appreciate. The people are sticking around to watch or listen a little bit more. So I look at that as a positive. Here's the 3-0 pitch. Fastball misses up and away. There's ball 4. We were talking about walks earlier. That's the second free pass issued to Arizona tonight. He's been on base 4 times. He's had 2 singles and 2 walks. He's struck out looking, and he has been a terror in the side of the Buffaloes. And now we're going to have a conference on the mound, or is it just a catcher going out? Shota Abe, 2 nights in a row that he has not been the most effective. It is the pitching coach who's come to the mound. They don't need the rest of the infield. Probably just to give him a break and say, look, you're going to have to take some bullets here, Shota. And while you're out here taking bullets, start throwing some strikes. Although when he does throw a strike, it has been quickly deposited into the seats. That was a big-time blast up into the third deck. In fact, when I was in Osaka 3 years ago, that's about where I was sitting, underneath the scoreboard in left field. And that is a heck of a blast. Johnny says he prefers the ABS. Screaming Chicken says he should have put money on the Tigers. There you go. And here comes the pitch. It is a fastball taken for a called strike. The count is quickly 0-1 to Castro. So no balls and 1 strike. Castro standing in at the dish. And the 0-1 on the way. It is a fastball that misses inside, and the count goes even at 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Well, This game here, it's unfortunate. I was hoping we've had a couple of good weekends in a row, like in terms of competitiveness in the games where it's been nip and tuck. Tonight, well, it's scoreboard watching. 1-0, the Giants still have the lead. That's in the top of the 8th inning at the Vantolin Dome, and it's 5-1 in the bottom of the 8th for the Hawks. That is what's going on around the NPB. Here we are in the top of the 8th, and it's a fastball missing down. Count now at 2-1. As I mentioned before, the Buffaloes, to me, lineup is just not the same. I mean, I look at some of the players that they have. I mean, Taishi Haruka, we saw him quite a bit earlier in the year. Koji Oshiro, we've seen him. No Bob Seymour, but he wasn't very good up to this point. Yutaro Sugimoto, not so much. Fastball swung on and missed. Count goes to 2-2 on Rodolfo Castro. Yumatongu, nowhere to be seen. A number of players that are not in the lineup. I'll be curious to see where they're at. Although, some of the players, as we mentioned, Mune, Oda, Kobayashi. Saw Kaida Nakagawa as a pinch hitter last night. Not sure why he hasn't found a spot regularly in the lineup. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Different manager, different looks. Fastball misses on the outside corner, and that's going to run the count to 3-2 on Castro. Johnny says, anybody into sports cards? Yeah, we got all kinds of stuff floating around here. What we do is we open them up, give them to the kids, but anything that's high end that we like to move off. Here's the 3-2 pitch. On its way, it is a fastball swung on. It is lifted down the right field line, giving chase as the first baseman Yamanaka, but it's going to slice into the seats, and that's going to keep the count at 3-2. Screaming Chicken says he's got an autograph of Jim Otto. Look out, those are football cards. Those are some oldies but goodies. We don't do much with the graded stuff, but I am sitting on about, I think it's 16 Otanis, including a numbered one, a numbered rookie. Here comes the 3-2 pitch. On its way. Fastball misses down. It's going to be ball 4, and Castro is going to be aboard for the 4th time tonight. Check it. He's got a walk, hit by pitch, a single, and a home run. It's going to put runners at first and second with nobody out, and it's going to bring Taiki Narama to the plate. Yeah, I think 16 Otanis. The one that we pulled, well, we've pulled some decent ones. We pulled a Mizorowski out of Bowman this year. Not auto, but numbered to 25. It was one of their orange mojos. Last one, I think, sold on eBay for $650 raw. I'd be happy if somebody offered me $650 for the Mizorowski. We would take it with open arms. We had probably the one that I kind of like the most because he's probably my favorite player in the game today is Bobby Witt Jr. A rookie auto numbered to 10 at a Stadium Club a few years ago. Fastball comes inside. Did it get him? Ram, by the way he turned out of the way, it looked like it may have got him, but we're going to have to see here. Maybe not. He just was able to escape quickly. So 1 ball and no strikes. Don't put a whole lot of effort into the cards. As I said, we like to give them away to the kids in our programming. Whenever kids come, we give them the baseball cards, keep them engaged, keep them interested. That's a good way for them to connect to the players in different ways. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. On its way, fastball misses down and away, and the count now goes to 2-0. Just as a reminder, it'll be series between the Fighters and the Hawks starting Tuesday, Japan time. It'll be Monday, if you are in North America. So hopefully you guys can pop by and join us. So here comes the 2-0 pitch as the right-hander Abe again holds set, delivers. Fastball misses way outside. It's going to be 3-0. I think the Buffaloes need to start thinking about getting somebody up in the bullpen again if they don't already have it going on, as Abe has struggled here tonight in this one. So here comes the 3-0 pitch. As the right-hander checks again, here comes the pitch. On its way, fastball misses down and in, and that's going to be ball 4. That walk's going to load the bases. Narama goes to first, over to second is Castro. So 3 walks in a row to load the bases, and this is going to do it here for Abe. Our friend Johnny says only a matter till they go digital. Well, they have already. That's why they got Topps Bunt. It's been at it for about 12 or 13 years. We'll be back in just a few, everybody. We appreciate you guys for hanging in here with us on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. Stick around. It is Buffaloes trailing 11-2. Bases are full of fighters. Nobody out. I wonder, can they get to 20 runs tonight? Probably not, but let's see if they can get to 15. We'll be back in just a few. We'll give you our friend Steve Rademacher to keep you entertained. We haven't brought him in since the early part of the stream. Here's Steve.
Hello, guys. Thank you for joining Freddie here on his baseball game. And I'm Steve Rademacher, and my channel is really all about everybody, including all my international friends. We have such stuff as non-sport packs from Canada, the OP Cheese. We have the Greek Freak. We have money from around the world. We have Lira. We have Yen. We have francs, we have pounds, we have Deutschmarks, we have all kinds of cool stuff like that. We even have some cooler things like Japanese women wrestlers and OPG baseball cards where I cannot read the back. We even have unopened material like the royal family, I know it's backwards, from London, England. Thank you for watching. Back to Freddie.
Welcome back, everybody. Our friend Johnny says, Topps what? It's Topps Bunt. So B-U-N-T, it's the app on the phone. That's exactly what it is. It is the digital card space. Started it probably about 12 years ago, 10, 12 years ago. It's been around for a while, and it is, I like to say, picking up steam. Well, some people are into it more than others. We look at it from time to time, but haven't really put the time into it as others have. We do have a pitching change as a new right-hander is in the ballgame. As the Buffaloes are turning it over to Orix Buffaloes. He also was in the game last night, and he also got roughed up. So Orix Buffaloes on in, as he will be the 5th pitcher used tonight by the Buffaloes. And it has not gone well for Orix here tonight. And he'll be facing Yuya Shinto, or at least it's supposedly Yuya Shinto who is supposed to be coming to bat. We'll see if Shinto will come to the plate or if they're going to use a pinch hitter for him. Bases are full here of fighters. Arizona at third, Castro at second, and Narama at first. Looks like we may have a pinch hitter here for the fighters. It is going to be number 64. And by my count, that would be Yua Tamiya. So end of the night for Shinto. So Yua Tamiya in. As he will get his first look here. Tamiya batting from the left side here against Gonda. Screaming Chickens seem to like that ad. There's a first pitch breaking ball that misses up and away. Count as 1-0. Those are just to keep everybody entertained. Our buddy Steve Rademacher, Matt Hollis, and we've had others over the years who have provided us some help. So here comes the 1-0 pitch as the right-hander works himself into the set position. Pitch on the way, breaking ball swung on and missed, and the count runs even at 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Gonda in a difficult position here with the bases loaded and nobody out. He'll wiggle out of this jam. So 1 ball and 1 strike. 11-2. It is the Fighters in the lead. They are enjoying the limelight here tonight. Here comes the 1-1. Breaking ball swung on it. It's chopped foul over on the first base side. Count goes to 1-2. That was one of the things I was commenting the other day is you get into a game where it's a big spread on the board, but yet the Japanese supporters, they stay right to the bitter end. Buffaloes are getting pounded right now, and there are people that haven't left, and a lot of them. If this was North America, we'll be running for the exits in the 5th inning or whatever inning that they're getting blown up in. Here comes the 1-2 pitch as the right-hander leans it again, gets the sign. Now he's ready to lever. 1-2 on the way. And there is a fastball swung on and missed. And Tamiya, well, he's gone on strikes for the first out of the inning. It'll bring up the top of the order in Chusei Minami. Well, for Minami, he needs the at-bats. He's not been very good tonight. He is 0 for 5. He has popped to third, popped to first, flown to right, bounced into a fielder's choice, and grounded out in his 5 trips. Batting from the left side, well, it's a pinch hitter here. So it is Hosokawa who has come in. That's right. Hosokawa came in to replace him in the defensive. So the first pitch to Ryohei Hosokawa, it just misses outside for ball 1. And think about it. I was saying earlier, at least 40 plate appearances. Well, it'll be a minimum of there'll be 49 plate appearances for the Fighters in this game. 49 batters to come to the plate. Amazing. Fastball swung on, belted down the right field line. If it stays fair, it's going to be a grand slam, but it just hooks foul. Just one section over from the foul pole. No balls and 1 strike to Hosokawa. He was way out in front of that. The barrel head out and absolutely drilled it. Johnny says, who's the only player to win a batting title in 3 decades, 70s, the 80s, and the 90s? Well, I first thought I would have said George Brett. I don't know if Brett won one in the 90s. There's a breaking ball that's taken for a called strike. Count goes to 1-2 now on Hosokawa. Certainly wasn't Pete Rose because that was 90s were not his time. So was George Brett? That would have been my guess. So here comes the 1-2 pitch as the right-hander holds to the set. Pitch on the way. Fastball misses down and in. Count goes to 2-2. Well, one of the fellows I coached with played with George in was it in the Cal League or was it in the Pioneer League? Or maybe both. Something I didn't know about George Brett, they said he could throw with his right hand and his left hand equally as well. 2-2 pitch on the way. Fastball swung on, lifted into center field. It's going to get down for a base hit. That's going to get a run in and maybe more. In to score is Arizona. And in to score behind him is Castro, and that's going to increase the score line to 13-2. A 2-run single off the bat of Hosokawa. He drives in a pair of runs. As both of those players come in, and the hit parade continues here for the Fighters. Yeah, they said Brett could throw both hands. I played with a guy. Well, I could do it now as an adult. But I had a teammate years ago who threw didn't throw particularly in the era where we played not particularly hard. He was throwing up around 80 miles an hour from the right side. And he could bring his left hand up to about 72. Fastball at the knees, take it for a called strike, and the count is quickly 0-1. This is Daigo Kawabata up at the plate. It's his first at bat as he came in to replace Mizuno. Runners are at first and second here. Kawabata waits. Fastball misses outside. Count goes even to 1-1. Yeah, pretty interesting stuff when you think about George Brett. Brett definitely was a player back in his day. So here comes the 1-1 as the right-hander works himself into the set position. Pitch on the way, fastball misses outside. Count now goes to 2-1. Appeal over to the third base umpire, but they say that Kawabata didn't go. The only thing that's interesting for me is, are the Fighters going to get to 15 runs? And I'll even take it one step further. How many times has there ever been 15 runs scored in a ball game this month? As again, the right-hander holds set, now delivers. Fastball swung on and lifted foul. It's going to slice its way into the seats. Count goes to 2-2 on Kawabata. Just got to do some crack research here. This month alone in the NPB, there has been 9 times teams have got to double digits in runs. Most runs scored in a game this month. Fukuoka stuck 16 on the board against Chiba, won 16-2. That was on August the 11th. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Fastball swung on and lifted foul. It's going to keep the count at 2-2. Our friend the Screaming Chicken asked, would you ever like to be a professional paid commentator? Yeah, the only time we get paid is when we get a super chat. So I guess we are sometimes. Most of the time we're not. But the reality of it is that, I watch the people that are presenters or commentators, and there's some really good ones out there, and then there's some others that you walk away and you kind of shake your head. Fastball swung on, and it's lifted into left field, racing in hard and making the catch on the run is Watanabe, and that is going to do it. As Kawabata is going to be gone for the second out of the inning. And that is going to leave it up to Franmil Reyes. Just scrolling back up into the chat here. So, yeah, to answer that question, would I like to do it? Yes and no. The kid in the Little League World Series, I think that was Almonte, was the last name. Danny Almonte, if I'm not mistaken. Envy Lexus says, hello and new to the chat. Welcome to the chat. Glad you could make it in here. So this brings Franmil Reyes to the plate. He's the 9th hitter to come to bat in the inning, and he takes a first pitch fastball down. And the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. Yeah, the A's fans, I mean, some of the commentating. I don't know if you guys have seen I don't know who the guy who does the stuff. It was Jen Powell, who's the plate umpire. And she was doing some stuff at AAA the other day, and boy, oh boy, she was getting skewered. Breaking ball misses up, and the count goes to 2-0. Calling strikes, balls, strikes. Players challenging like crazy. And most of them winning it. Just doesn't have a feel. So 2 balls and no strikes. Yeah, it's a bit of a disservice sometimes when you see it. I mean, you got ex-players, you got all kinds of guys who you can learn the game from. As that ball misses down, it's 3-0 now to Reyes. Yeah, Johnny said they moved her down. I think she's one of those ones she's not a full-time Major League ump. She's on that shuttle between AAA. She's a vacation replacement, whatever it might be. But she was doing a game this past week, and oh boy. There's talking about missing calls, and then there's missing calls, and she was missing a lot. Here's the 3-0 pitch. Fastball, take it for a called strike. Count as 3-1. Reyes just sort of stepped out of the batter's box, kind of like Big Pappy he used to do. So 3 balls and 1 strike to Reyes. Waiting on deck is Kentaro Kiyomiya. He probably would like to come to bat for the second time in the inning. As the pitch is on the way, it's a fastball swung on and missed. I wonder if Reyes intentionally swung at that pitch that was up in the zone that he wasn't going to be able to hit without a stepladder, just so that he could get a 3-2 pitch he could handle. Hey, don't throw me that thing. I'm going to stay up here bat. If he would have taken that pitch, it would have been ball 4. Here comes the 3-2 as Gonda ready to go again. Kicks and delivers. Breaking ball down, but Reyes went around on it. And that is going to do it, as that is going to retire the Fighters here in the inning. But they add 4 more to the board. 4 runs in the inning on the benefit of 3 hits. There was no errors, and there was 2 runners left aboard. Your score as we move now to the bottom of the 8th inning, it is a 13-2 ball game. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a few with all the action right after this. Appreciate you guys for hanging in here with us on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. More action when we return in just a bit. Your score is 13-2 for the Fighters. Hang tight, everybody. Our friend Steve is having a beer, and we'll be right there with him after the game.
Oh, hello. Oh, hey. Yep. I'm just sitting here listening to Freddie call another game here on YouTube. Oh, yeah, going really good. He's calling a great game. Really exciting. Lots of stuff going on. You're lucky it's commercial break right now. I got a second. Oh, yeah, of course I'm having a cold one. Oh, yeah, got plenty of videos coming up this week. You should stop in, check them out, leave a like, tell other people. But, Freddie's coming back. I got to go catch the game. I will check in with you later. You have a good night, buddy. Bye.
Welcome back, everybody. It's going to be the 9-1-2 hitters to come to bat for the Buffaloes here as the Fighters have gone to their bullpen again. As they are going this time to a lefty, it is Mizuki Hori, who is coming on in relief, as he will take over for Sun. So Mizuki Hori on in relief. And who do we have here? Well, Hori completes his tune-up tosses. It's supposed to be Shota Hiranuma, Yuma Mune, and Ario Watanabe to come to bat. We'll check and see if that is who is going to be coming to the plate. We were talking about the umpire or the announcers. The announcers that I grew up listening to doing the Tiger games on television was George Kell and Al Kaline, 2 Hall of Famers. And the way they describe the game, and you listen to the input and the conversations they have, outstanding. Describing the game, teaching the game, and without sounding like teachers per se. Fastball misses up and in, and the count is 1-0. I don't think this is Hiranuma here. We'll have to do a double check. Fastball swung on it. It has popped up. This is Sho Fukunaga. Racing back is Tamiya, but it's going to reach the seats. So Sho Fukunaga here getting a chance to hit. And it's now 1-1 to him. So when you've got those type of guys, when Jerry Remy used to do the games for the Red Sox, you get some quality guys in the booth. You know, I used to like Joe Morgan and Miller on the Sunday night because Morgan would always have something insightful to say as that ball sliced into the seats down the right field line. The count goes to 1-2 on Fukunaga. But you know, Seattle, I like the play-by-play of Rick Riz. He doesn't really give you a lot of insight, but like Ryan Rowland-Smith, Jay Buhner, Dave Valley, those guys there, they give you some good workings. Fastball swung on. This ball is lined into deep left field, but it is going to slice foul. Count remains a 1-2. Yeah, and then there's two types, like Vin Scully. Like Scully wouldn't necessarily talk technical stuff as much as he would talk about the stories. He did a great job of interviewing people and being able to remember stories and relay them on. What a fantastic piece that he was able to do. That's that fastball misses inside, counts 2-2. And I never really appreciated Vince Scully until I moved out west. And I appreciate him. Got a chance to hear him. He used to be on Monday Night Baseball, different things. But boy, when you got to hear him regular do the Dodger games, what a great thing that was. As that fastball swung out and missed in the dirt, they're going to have to throw it down to first. It's a K 2-3 for the first out of the inning. And I'll bring up the top of the order in Yumamune. I was talking to my buddy today, and we were chatting a little bit. He played his college ball at Cochise back in the 80s. We were talking about when they were playing Yavapai, and he was sitting next to Kurt Schilling. He was pitching for Cochise, and Schilling was pitching for Yavapai, and they were charting a game. They weren't pitching that day, but they were charting and sitting back and had the radar guns and whatever else going. Fastball misses outside. Count 1-0. I had to look it up, but I didn't realize that Schilling was originally a Boston Red Sox draft pick, even though he ended up there later in his career. Fastball misses outside. Count goes to 1-1. But even still, you know, when you're talking to other players, you're talking to different guys, you get a chance to listen to certain things, what they say. Fastball swung on and lifted foul, and the count is 1-2. Johnny says, I coached. Yeah, we still do. But we don't do it at the, 6, 7, 8 years of college ball and 1 year overseas. But we just run our business here and don't do too much of stuff with the older guys, more with the younger kids these days. There's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count is 2-2. Lots of fun. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Fastball swung on and fouled away, and the count remains at 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes to Yumamune. Yeah, the opportunities and that type of stuff that you see with players. You talk to the players, you talk to different ones, especially to the older ones. It's always interesting to talk to the pro guys a little bit different. Fastball swung on and fouled away. The count remains at 2-2. Coaching is the easy part. Dealing with the parents is the harder part. Especially when you're in an area where baseball is played, but it's maybe not necessarily understood. I say understood. There's things that we see here that, boy, I used to see some stuff in Europe. Funny story when I was in Europe. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Fastball misses down and in, and the count goes to 3-2. One of my assistant coach over there was a German guy. He was with the national team for a bit. And he said to me, when baseball was first introduced in Germany, which is going back into the late 80s, early 90s, they didn't know. They wanted to play, but they didn't know how to do it. fastball misses outside. It's ball 4, and Mune is going to get himself a 1-out walk. It's going to bring up the left fielder in Ryo Watanabe. So what they did is they, if you're familiar with soccer, when you warm up with soccer, they get in a circle and they pass a ball around. They kick the ball around in the circle, and they said, well, in baseball, they weren't sure what to do. So they put everybody in a circle and they would throw the ball around in a circle. And they said, well, this isn't right. This is inefficient. So they put 2 balls in the circle. And if you've been to Germany and if you've seen some of that, certainly you go back a number of years ago, there would be all kinds of interesting things as that fastball is taken for a called strike. And that would be one of them. But the Europeans, there's a lot of Europeans in pockets that do like their baseball. Certainly the Dutch do, the Italians do. Germany, it's the west coast and the southern part of the country. There's a ground ball hit to the right side. The ball's got eyes as it gets through into right field. So Watanabe aboard with his second hit of the night. Now the Buffaloes have 2 aboard with 1 gone, and that's going to bring up Ryoma Nishikawa to the plate. You know, like even in Germany, the baseball in the country isn't played everywhere. It's played typically in the West, and it's in the South. And when you think about it, the American military bases that were nearby, they spread the game, introduced the game, spread the game. So a lot of people in those areas where they would be playing and where they'd be from would learn it from the military people. At Kaiserslautern Air Force Base, they had all kinds of ball fields around in that nearby area, different places, different teams spawned from there. Here's the first pitch delivered to Nishikawa, taken for a called strike. On his 0-1. Now, there's teams in Berlin and the Northeast, but it's not really played much on the North and the East. But you get into the South, Regensburg has got a ballpark that would rival any minor league ballpark from AA down in North America. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Breaking ball swung on and missed, and the count now goes to 0-2 on Nishikawa. And you get to other parks, and they're trying to build. Neuenberg had a great facility, fantastic facility. They were able to get money and support. The team wasn't very good, but did a great job with the facilities down there. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. Nishikawa waits. Delivered. Hori fastball misses outside, and the count goes to 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. It's been all fighters for most of tonight, except for that 1 inning, and the Buffaloes scored a pair in the 5th. Cut it to 6-2. There's a fastball swung on. This ball's knifed into left field. It's going to get down. It's slicing away. Rounding third and heading home is Mune. He's not even going to draw a throw. An RBI single off the bat of Nishikawa. A consolation point here for the Buffaloes. Stopping at second is Watanabe as Mune comes all the way around from second to score the 3rd run of the ballgame for the Buffs. And they've cut the lead to 10, 13-3. So we are about to witness either the greatest comeback in the 2026 NPB season or a game that the Fighters should be able to take care of and win. This game's gone on for quite a while. We're going to be approaching, we're just past the 3.5-hour mark. It's still going. Fastball misses up, and the count now goes to 1-0 on Oda. Oda tonight 0 for 3. Johnny says, are the Savannah Bananas a Disney product? No, but they probably should be. Talked about that earlier, just not something I have an interest in. There's a breaking ball misses outside. The count is 2-0. But again, I guess if it brings people to the park, and if you are thinking that maybe that might be something that might interest you or get you into baseball, well, maybe it's got its place. Fastball misses upstairs. It now goes to 3-0 on Oda. So 3 balls and no strikes. Five best minor league fastballs. They have a stat or a graphic, and they say who's got the best right now. Fastball that is swung on. This ball is lined into left field. It's going to get down for a base hit. And rounding third is Watanabe. He throws on the brakes. He fell down, and now he's got to stumble back to the base. So 3 consecutive singles here have loaded the bases. That's going to bring Kentaro Kobayashi to the plate. I was talking about the fastballs here, the 3 best minor league fastballs. I don't know if this is for the week, but they talk about Seth Hernandez, first-round pick, 6th overall by the Pittsburgh Pirates. Had a 97-mile-an-hour fastball. And they talk about all his stuff, 7'1" extension, release height, all the other good things that they like to chat about. Christian Zazuda, that's going to be the end of the night for Hori. He's been horrible. He got the first batter to strike out, and then it has been a walk and 3 consecutive hits, and they have cut the lead to 13-3. Hang with us, everybody. We'll be right back. I'll talk a little bit more about some of these minor league fastballs. We'll be right back in just a few. Hang tight, everybody. Our friend Johnny's holding it down in the chat, and we'll be back after this.
Hello, this is Eric Fox, formerly of the Oakland A's and Texas Rangers baseball teams. If you want to learn about Japanese baseball, see Coach Fred of Last Raps Baseball. If you want baseball instruction, see Coach Fred. If you want to learn about golf, do not go to Coach Fred. Fred, what kind of club is this?
At Last Raps Baseball, we know baseball.
Hey, where are you going? It's a pitching change. Come on, sit back down. You don't go out there. Don't go get no food or anything. You've got a big decision. Are you gonna throw in there Rollie Fingers? Maybe Goose Gossage? How about maybe Mariano Rivera or Lee Smith, Dennis Eckersley? Who knows? It's a pitching change. Come on back. You know who I would pick for this? A nice, tall, cool one. There's my pitcher. That's my pitching change. That's a winning combination. Come see my channel. You know, every day is opening day. And according to Bob, I must be in the front row. Blah.
Welcome back, everybody. Shota Kaminura, sorry, we'll have to do that again. It is going to be Shota Kanamura is into the ball game in relief here. He's in a tough spot with the bases loaded. 1 gone here in the bottom half of the 8th inning, and Kentaro Kobayashi striding to the plate. 0 for 3 tonight. Buffaloes down 13-3, looking to slice into this lead a little bit more. Fastball swung on and missed, and the count is quickly 0-1 to Kobayashi. We're talking about the fastballs in the minor leagues. Christian is, I hope I say this right, Zazueta. He's got an average fastball. He's got a 95-mile-an-hour velo. A.J. Russell for the Texas Rangers. He was a second-round pick out of Tennessee. He sits at 93. Guy that I like, I've seen him a couple times this year. Fastball swung on. Tap foul over on the third base side. The count now goes to 0-2. Is a Toronto Blue Jay left-hander, and that is Johnny King. He was a third-round pick, 21st overall. I think he's out of Florida high school. And he is a left-hander. He's pretty electric. Average fastball, 94 miles an hour from the left side. And the other one they say is pretty good is Gage Wood with the Phillies. There's a fastball swung on, and it's fouled back off the Kyocera sign on the first base side of home plate, and Kanamura gets a new baseball. Gage Wood was a first-round pick out of Arkansas, 26th overall from Newport, California. Those are the they consider the top 5 fastballs in minor league baseball. Johnny says he likes Yan. Well, Yan's been around a little bit. Yan was in the Japanese league. When I was there, I saw the Lions play about, was it 4 years ago or 3 years ago? Fastball swung on, lifted down the right field line. Giving chase is Castro, but he's going to watch it sail into the seats. They have moved the outfielders around a little bit. No balls, 2 strikes. It remains on Kobayashi. Jeffrey Yan definitely has some flair in his game, so to speak. And we got sirens all over the place. Keeping the neighbors up. Here comes the 0-2 pitch to Kobayashi as the right-hander holds to the belt. Kicks and fires. It is a fastball swung on. It is grounded foul just past the bag at third base. The battle here is going to continue. It looks like we got ambulances in the neighborhood, so we'll have to see what is shaping up. So no balls and 2 strikes it is. Again, the right-hander works to the set. Here comes the 0-2. Pitch on the way, fastball down. Nice stop there by the catcher. 1 ball and 2 strikes it is. Canamara hoping for a ground ball here. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Again, the right-hander ready to go as he works himself to the belt. Here comes the 1-2. Kicks and delivers. Fastball swung on, line to the left field. This ball is going to get trouble, and it's going to get down. It's going to get it's just going to hook foul. Boy, if that ball would have stayed fair, Kobayashi would have knocked in a pair. Then we got ourselves some entertainment going on here. So it looks like not only do we have ambulance, but we got fire trucks. So we got everything going on. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Kobayashi as the pitch on the way again. Breaking ball misses up and away. Count goes to 2-2. If you've just joined us, well, it is a 13-3 scoreline here, and the Buffaloes been on the short end of the stick back-to-back nights here against the Fighters. The 2-2 pitch on the way. Fastball swung on, grounded up the middle. Diving, a nice play by Kawabata. They're going to get the fielder's choice at second, but they are going to get a run in as Watanabe is going to score. So that brings in another run here in the inning. Nishikawa advances to third. Oda erased on the fielder's choice. It goes in the book 6-4. If that ball would have got through, well, that would have been interesting, but safe and an RBI over here for Kobayashi has now cut the lead to 13-4. They're making quick work of whoever they've got here. Got front row seats. Maybe I should slip on the webcam and throw a look at the live look of the ambulance being loaded up. So here comes the first offering to Ryota Kita, who waits on the first pitch. Fastball swung on, belted into deep right field. And what do you know? It's a 3-run homer. And this game doesn't get any more crazier. The score is now 13-7. And the Buffalo fans are gone into a frenzy. Unbelievable. 3-run shot. Where was this offense a few innings ago? In fact, where was the pitching a few innings ago? The scoring continues to go, and there's still only one out in the inning. It's going to bring Ryoma Yamanaka to the plate. I wonder if people are going to start wandering back in here. 13-7, the scoreline. Unbelievable. I'll even take the time to update it. Let everybody know, hey, while you're back in here, 13-7. Here come the Buffaloes. And for Kita, that's only his 6th home run of the year, but boy, did it leave in a hurry. First pitch fastball delivered to Yamanaka, and that pitch is taken for a called strike. Count is 0-1. Right-hander delivers again. Fastball swung on. This time it's nailed off the pitcher. It goes over to third. They're going to have to hurry to get him, and they do. It's going to be a ground out, and it's going to go in the books 1-5-3, and that is going to do it here. That's the third out of the inning, and boy, Kanamura walking gingerly off of the mound. His night is probably going to be over, and that is going to do it here. 4 runs in the inning for the Buffaloes. Check that, 5 runs in the inning for the Buffaloes. On the benefit of 4 hits. There was no errors, and there was nobody left aboard. Your scores, we move to the top of the 9th inning. You saw it right. The Fighters are up 13-7. This game ain't over yet, everybody. Just when we think it is, it maybe not. We'll be back in just a few after this timeout. Stay with us. It is the Fighters coming to bat in the top of the 9th inning. More action to follow. Welcome back, everybody. It is yet another pitcher from last night, Taisuke Yamaoka, coming on in relief as he will be facing the heart of the batting order for the Fighters. Yamaoka completes his tune-up tosses. He's making his 11th appearance of the season. He's posted an ERA of 8.31. A lot of that fluffed-up ERA came in last night's game. So Yamaoka on in relief. I think the Buffaloes might want to start calling the industrial leagues, start looking for players, specifically pitchers. So here we go, back to the live action. It's going to be Kotaro Kiyomiya to come to bat. Then it'll be Yuma Imagawa, I should say, as the first pitch is on the way. It's a breaking ball taken for a called strike. Count is 0-1. Kiyomiya, in his only plate appearance, had a single and scored a run. Season average up to 243. As the right-hander Yamaoka kicks and delivers. Breaking ball swung on and hammered foul into the netting down the right field line. Count now 0-2. Imagawa and Arizona to follow here. We were talking about this earlier. 49 hitters so far to come to the plate. For the Fighters, they'll set at least 51 in this ballgame. That's a lot of hitters. Here comes the 0-2 pitch as Yamaoka kicks, pauses, and delivers. And it's a split-finger pitch, misses down. They go over to the third base umpire, but he doesn't want to go home. That pitch was down in the dirt. He said that Kiyomiya didn't go. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes. At this point in time in the game, I think I'm going up with the right hand frequently. Raise the right hand, raise it a lot. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball swung on, popped up into shallow left field, moving back underneath it is Kirby-Ashi. He's there to make the catch, and that's going to retire Kiyomiya for the first out of the inning. He'll bring up the Yuma Imagawa to the plate. Well, for Imagawa, not a bad announcement to the game. First hit of the season, a home run. And not only a home run into the third deck, definitely a no-doubter. Pitch on the way, fastball taken at the knees for a called strike. The count is quickly 0-1. Imagawa batting here. He's 1 for 4 on the season. And he has had, this is his parts of 6 seasons, and there's a fastball swung on, is grounded over to first. Oh, what a fantastic play by the first baseman. Yamakawa diving to his right. He picks it up and throws it to the pitcher covering. Ground out 3-1. Oh, Imagawa is going to be a bit heartbroken about that. And that is going to retire him for the second out of the inning. It's going to leave it up to Naoki Arizono. It's back to Imagawa for a minute. Parts of 6 seasons in the NPB. Only a career .213 hitter, but that was the 14th homer of his career. He had 10 home runs back in 2022. He is 29 years old. So not really a prospect anymore, more of a suspect at this point. First pitch breaking ball, take it for a called strike. Counted as quickly 0-1 to Arizona. Arizona tonight has reached base 4 times. He has singled twice, walked twice, and struck out looking. Season average up to 346 now. Fastball misses low, and the count goes even to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Here comes the 1-1 pitch on the way. Breaking ball that misses down, and the count goes to 2-1. So 2 balls and a strike. And the right-hander kicks, and he delivers. It's a fastball swung on and lifted foul. Count now goes to 2-2. You just joined us. Well, it was a 13-2 lead. Went to the bottom of the 8th inning, and the Buffaloes shoved 5 on the board to cut it to 13-7. So the score tonight is kind of closer than what it maybe should have been. If you would have had me for 20 runs tonight in this ball game, I would have laughed before the game started. No way. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 away here in the ninth. Here's the pitch from Yamaoka. It's a breaking ball that drops in for a called third strike. And that's the way to bookend the night for Arizona. He struck out looking his first time up. He struck out looking his last time up. And they go in order to do the Fighters here in the inning. Fighters, that is the first time tonight they've gone down in order. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left aboard. Buffaloes coming to bat. It'll be the 8, 9, and 1 hitters when we return after this. Stick around, everybody. More action to follow on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. Appreciate you for listening in. Back after this. We've been doing pretty good tonight, but we did lose our stream there briefly. We're moving to the bottom of the ninth inning. It'll be Mugatani, Fukunaga, and the top of the order, Mune, to come to bat. So we are back in action here. We did lose it for that half second. I was just looking at something, and next thing you know, there we go. A crash, boom, and a bang. We haven't had that at all tonight so far. We do have a pitching change. We'll have to get that for you here in a second. It also looks like it was one of the pitchers from last night's ball game for the Fighters. I think that is Ren Fukushima, but I'm going to do a double check on this. It is Ren Fukushima. No, it is not. It is Taisi Yanagawa, who is now on in relief, and he wasn't one of the ones. I thought it was Fukushima who was in here, but no. It is going to be Ren Yanagawa, or sorry, Taisi Yanagawa here on in relief. And the first pitch on the way is a fastball that misses up and in, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. Right-hander again kicks and delivers. There's a fastball that misses up, and the count goes to 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes as the left-handed hitting Mugatani waits, and there's a fastball taken for a called strike. The count goes to 2-1. Mugatani, Fukunaga, and Mune slated to come to bat. Do the Buffaloes have any more runs in them? I guess we're going to find out here. 13-7 is the scoreline here. Once this game is done, we'll give it a quick wrap-up, and then we'll call it a night, but I'm going to do an extended one. There's a fastball taken for a called strike. Count now 2-2 to Mugatani. Tanny 0 for 2 in a walk tonight. Only his 4th plate appearance. Fastball swung on and missed, and that is going to do it. He is in the books for the first out of the inning, and that'll bring up, or it's slated to bring up, Sho Fukunaga to the plate. We'll see if the Buffaloes might have a pinch hitter in them here. So back to work we go. As the right-hander ready to deliver. And the pitch on the way is a fastball missing inside, backing off the plate. It is a pinch hitter. It is Tomoya Noguchi. So Tomoya Noguchi getting a chance to pinch hit. And he swings and fouls that one away. And the count is now 1 ball and 1 strike. And the 1-1 pitch on the way, and Noguchi swings and fouls that one away. It's going to reach the seats down the left field line, and the count now goes to 1-2. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Kohei Arihara in line for the win, his 5th of the season. Had a string of pretty good starts put back together. Fastball swung on and fouled away, and the count now remains at 1-2. Looking at the scores around the NPB, and the game got out of hand in the Vantolin Dome. It's in the bottom of the 9th inning, and the Giants have an 11-0 lead. Pitch on the way, fastball misses up, and the count now goes to 2-2 on Noguchi. The other game that was an early start that is now a final, 6-1. It is the Hawks over the Eagles. 3 minutes away to first pitch between the Lions and the Marines. There's a fastball that misses down, and the count now runs full to Noguchi. So 3 balls and 2 strikes as the right-hander ready to deliver. He kicks and fires. There's a fastball swung on. It is lifted into right field. Moving underneath it is Castro. He's there to make the catch, and that is going to retire Noguchi for the 2nd out of the inning. It's going to leave it all up to the top of the order in Yumamune. So for Mune, he strides to the plate. And he has got himself a single in 3 trips. He's also drawn a walk, scored a run, and driven in a run. Average is right at 234 where he started the night. Pitch on the way. It is a split finger pitch that bounces up to the plate. The count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. As we mentioned, once this game is done, we will give it the full roundup. But maybe an abbreviated version tonight just because of the amount of scoring that has taken place in this one. Fastball misses up and in. Count 2-0 to Mune. We've heard of a couple of ejections this year in the NPB. Just haven't heard of fastball misses up and in. There's been any bench clearing incidents since, I believe, the Carp and the Tigers had one. As there were a couple of hit by pitches. That's been pretty much about it. It's been pretty tame this year. 3-0 pitch on the way, and stepping back is Mune, and he takes a fastball right down the middle for a called strike. The count is 3-1. So 3 balls and 1 strike as the right-hander works to the set. Here's the pitch. Fastball swung on, grounded over to first, fielded by Kiyomiya. He underhand flips to the pitcher covering. They had to hurry to get Mune. It's going to be a ground out 3-1, and that is going to do it as that's the 3rd out of the inning, and it mercifully puts this one to an end. Your final score, it is the Hokkaido Nippon-Ham Fighters 13 and the Buffaloes no score. They went in order to the Buffaloes in the bottom of the 9th. 13-7, your final. Come on back, everybody. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. We'll wrap this one up for you and put it to bed, just like everything else and everybody here. All right, we'll be right back in just a couple moments after this.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste. Hey, I hope you guys have been enjoying the game. My name is Hollis. I've got a YouTube channel called Another Hollis Build. I love baseball cards. I open up brand new product for you guys. I open up old stuff. I do breaks. I do auctions. All kinds of stuff concerning baseball. I'm Friars faithful, Padres to the end. I also love Garbage Pail Kids and my animals. I have a ton of animals. It's like a mini petting zoo here around my house. I also love my city. San Diego, baby. I'll take you all around the city and show you what's up. If you guys dig stuff like that, cruise on over and check it out. It's Another Hollis Build. If you dig it, subscribe. I'd really appreciate to have more follow me along on the journey. Hey, either way, you guys have a wonderful day or a beautiful, beautiful evening. No matter which one it is, make sure that you make it great, my friends. Big up Last Raps Baseball. Yeah, Freddie, let's go. One love and peace. Yeah, man.
Welcome back, everybody. This one here, 13-7 final for the Fighters over the Buffaloes. We're not going to give it the full recap here in this one, but I am going to tell you that the win goes to Arihara. He goes to 5-6 on the year. Loss goes to Ryohei Sotani. He drops to 4-5. Fighters scored runs in the 2 in the second. They added 3 more in the 4th, added another in the 5th, another one in the 6th, 2 in the 7th, and 4 more in the 8th, and that got them to the 13-run total. The only time they went 1-2-3 in the ballgame was in the 9th inning. They had sent, and we were talking about this throughout the night, 51 batters to the plate. That's pretty impressive for the Fighters. Buffaloes on the other side of the coin, well, they struggled tonight as they only sent 37 hitters to the plate. Makes a huge difference. They got runs in bunches. They scored 2 in the 5th, and they added another 5 more in inning number 8. And that is going to make your final 13-7. All right, everybody. Well, listen, we thank you for popping in here tonight. Our friend Samurai Prayer says we'll see you at the next game. It'll be on Tuesday. We're going to do all the early games on Tuesday. That'll be between the Fighters and the Hawks. So hopefully you guys will be there. I'll set up the streams here in the next day or so, but it'll be Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday in the Japanese time zone. We'll be doing the games between the Fighters and the Hawks battle for the top spot in the Pacific League. Hopefully you could join us for those. All right, everybody. Have a great night. We will see you again soon. It'll be Hawks versus the Fighters. Big series coming up starting Tuesday. We'll see you then. Have a great night, everybody.